Full Cast Audio presents The Will of the Empress by Tamora Pierce.
The 12th day of Wart Moon, the year 1041 KF, after the fall of the Kirchall Empire, in the palace of Duke's Citadel, Summersea, Emelon. Lady Sandraline Fautorin sat in the room that was her study in her uncle's palace. In her hands she held a thread circle, one that included 4 lumps spaced equally apart. It was a symbol not just of her first magical working, but of the magical bond she shared with her foster brother and 2 foster sisters who had been away from home for many months. Today was Sandry's birthday, and she missed them. Once she could have reached out through their connection without even touching the thread and spoken with them, magic to magic, but not in the last 2 years. They had traveled far beyond reach into lands and experiences Sandry couldn't share.
Daja at least should have been here,
she said, and sniffed.
She was supposed to come home a year ago, but no, she wanted to see more of Captain and Olart.
Someone knocked on her door. Sandry hid the circle under a fold of her skirt.
"Come in, please,"
she called, her voice light and courteous. A footman entered. He carried a parcel wrapped in oiled cloth and tied with ribbons secured by a large wax seal.
"My lady, this has come for you,"
he said with a bow. Sandry's mouth trembled. Her hope that the package might be from her brother or sisters evaporated at the sight of its seal.
"Only Ambrose Fairlandrag sends packages like this to me,"
she thought, cross.
"No gifts or nice long books and letters from him. Only dreary old accounts for my estates in Nemorn. Please set it here,"
she ordered, patting her desk. The footman obeyed and left her alone with the parcel.
"Other people get to have parties and presents and outings with their friends when they turn 16. I get another fat package of dry old reports about cherry crops and mule sales from Ambrose. I'm not being fair. I know that. I also know I don't want to be fair."
Wearily, she gave the thread circle a last check, pressing each lump between her thumb and forefinger. Each one stood for a friend. Each was cool to the touch. The others were too far away for their presence to even register in the circle. Sandry tucked the thread into the pouch around her neck and hid it under her clothes. She blinked away tears as she thought,
I was just fooling myself, hoping they'd be home by now.
She returned her attention to the package.
Ambrose probably had no idea his tedious reports would arrive today,
she reminded herself in her prudent cousin's defense, propping her chin on her hand.
And Uncle Vedris and Baron Erdogan gave me presents at breakfast. There's to be a get-together with my Summersea friends tonight. I'm just being petty, sulking over this too. But really, who wants to go over crop reports and tax documents on her birthday?
With bright cornflower blue eyes set over a button nose, she stared longingly out of the open windows. Her pale skin still bore the light bronze tint it always picked up in the summer, just as her light brown hair, neatly braided and pinned in a coronet on her head, was gilded with sunstreaks. Her cheeks were still girlishly plump, but any touch of youthful shyness those cheeks gave her face was offset by her round and mulish chin. Even at 16, Lady Sandraline Fautorin knew her own mind. She was dressed simply in a loose blue summer gown of her own weaving, sewing, and design, a gown that would never show a wrinkle or stain, no matter what she had done with her day. Sandry was a thread mage, with the right to practice as an adult. She tolerated no wayward behavior in any cloth in her presence. Her stockings never dared escape their garters any more than her gowns dared to pick up dirt. Every woven scrap in Duke's citadel had learned the girl's power since she had come to look after her great-uncle Vedris.
The day's fading. I should do something before dinner besides pout.
She thrust the bulky package aside.
Do you know, the only time I ever see you shirk your duty is when Ambrose's packages arrive.
While Sandry daydreamed, Duke Vedris IV had come to stand in the study's open door. He leaned there, a fleshy-faced, powerfully built man in his mid-50s, dressed in blue summer cotton of her weaving and stitching. While his clothes were plain and his jewelry simple, there was no denying his aura of power and authority. No one would ever mistake him for a commoner. Neither would they mistake his obvious affection for the great niece born of his wayward nephew and a wealthy young noblewoman from Namorn. Sandry blushed. She hated for him to see her at any less than her best.
Uncle, he's so prosy,
she explained, hearing the dreaded sound of a whine creep into her voice.
He goes on and on about bushels of rye per acre and grows lots of candles until I want to scream. Doesn't he understand I don't care?
Vedris raised his brows.
But you care about the accounts for Duke's Citadel, which are just as thick with minutiae.
Only so you won't.
When Vedris smiled, she had to fight a smile of her own.
You know what I mean, Uncle. If I don't stop you from worrying over every little detail, you might fret yourself into a second heart attack. At the rate Ambrose goes on, I'm the one who will have a heart attack.
Ah, so you need an altruistic reason to take an interest, rather than the selfish one that this is your own inheritance from your mother and your own estates.
Sandry opened her mouth to protest, then closed it.
Something about that sounds like he just turned it head over heels on me. I just can't put my finger on what.
Very well, then. I submit that by looking so conscientiously after your affairs and his own, I know he has properties in his own right. It is quite possible your cousin Ambrose courts a heart attack.
He straightened.
Just because your Namornese inheritance is in land and in Namorn is no reason for you to treat it lightly, my dear.
He walked off down the hall. Sandry put her hands up to cool her cheeks, which were hot with embarrassment.
I've never gotten a scolding from him before,
she thought with dismay.
I don't care for it at all.
She glared at the ribbons on the package of documents. They struggled, then ripped free of the wax seal and flew apart. With a sigh, Sandry grasped the edges of the folded wrapping and began to remove it. The 18th day of Blood Moon, the year 1041 KF, the Andaran-Emelon border. After several side trips following their original journey to Kugisko in Namorn, Dedicate Initiate Frostpine of Winding Circle Temple and his student Daja Kisubo finally crossed back into Emelon. Although it was late in the year, the weather still held fine. The skies were a brilliant blue without a single cloud, the breeze crisp without being cold. Daja sighed happily.
"Another week and we'll be home,"
she commented, turning her broad, dark face up to the sun. She was a big young woman with glossy brown skin, a wide mouth, and large, perceptive brown eyes. She wore her wiry black hair in masses of long, thin braids wrapped, coiled, and pinned at the back of her head, an elegant style that drew attention to the muscled column of her neck. Her traveling garments were light brown wool with orange patterns, sewn into a tunic and leggings in the style of her native people, the traders.
I'll be close enough to mind speak with Sandry any day. Well, I could now, but I'd have to strain to do it, and I'd rather wait. She'll have a million questions, I know.
Frostpine grinned. He was brown like Daja, but where her build was solid, his was wiry, his muscles cables that lined his long body. He wore his hair wild around a perfectly bald crown and kept his beard in the same exuberant style. His fire dedicate's crimson robes were every bit as travel-worn as hers.
You can't blame Sandry. We were supposed to be home the summer before this.
She'd have questions anyway.
Before Sandry had moved to Duke's Citadel, she had shared a house at Winding Circle with Daja and their other foster brother and foster sister, Briar and Triss.
She always has questions. Well, she's going to have to come to Discipline for answers. I won't spend forever mind speaking, and once I get back in my own room, I'm not coming out for a week.
Frostpine reined his horse up.
Discipline?
Daja halted her own mount and turned to smile at her scatterbrained teacher.
Discipline Cottage?
She asked, gently reminding him.
My foster mother Lark? I live there when you're not dragging me everywhere between the Sith and the Pebbled Sea?
Frostpine ran a big hand through his flyaway hair.
Daja, how old are you?
She rolled her eyes.
16,
she said even more patiently.
On the 30th of Seed Moon, the same day I mark for my birth every year.
I should have thought of it sooner, but I swear as I get older the harder it gets to think. Daja, Winding Circle has rules.
She waited, running a finger over the bright piece of brass that wrapped the palm and back of one hand. The metal was as warm and supple as living skin, a remnant of the forest fire, powerful magics, and Daja's ill-fated second trader staff.
You probably know the rule already, at least for most of the temple boarding students. At 16, they must take vows, pay for their boarding and classes, or leave. And only those who have not attended temple school as children may attend as paying adults.
Of course. There's a ceremony, and they give the residents of the dormitories papers to show they've studied at Winding Circle. But that's not for Sandry, or Briar, or Triss or me. We aren't temple students. We study with some temple dedicates, but not all of our teachers are temple. We live with Lark and Rosethorn at Discipline, not in the dormitories, and we're proper mages. We're different.
Frostpine was shaking his head.
My dear, if you four still needed a firm education, we might be able to make a case, at least until you earned a medallion as the adult mages do. But the fact is that you have your mage's medallion. As these things are measured, you were considered to be adult mages when you received them, fit to practice and to teach. Of course, you were too young to live on your own then. But now, unless you are prepared to give your vows to the gods of the living circle, you will not be permitted to stay at Discipline.
Daja put her hand on the front of her tunic. Under it, hanging on a cord around her neck, was the gold medallion that proved that the wearer was a true mage, certified by Winding Circle to practice magic as an adult. She, Sandry, Triss, and Briar had agreed not to show it until they were 18, unless they had to prove they were accredited mages. It was almost unheard of for one 13-year-old to receive it, let alone 4. Their teachers had been careful to let them know they had gotten it not only because they were as powerful and controlled as adults. Possession of a medallion also meant they had to answer to the laws and governing mages of Winding Circle and the University at Lightsbridge.
A leash,
Briar had described it.
to prove to the law we won't run loose and pee on their bushes.
Their teacher Nico had replied that his description was
Crude, but accurate.
given that warning, and the fuss people made when they learned she had the medallion, Daja showed it as little as possible. Frostpine bit his lip, then went on.
I can put you up over my forge for a week or two, but after that they'll make a fuss. You should be able to stay with Lark for a couple of nights, but she does have at least one new student living with her. Perhaps you could go to Sandry's?
Daja was a smith, with intense bonds to fire, but for all that she was normally slow to anger. Something in what he had said lit the tiniest of sparks.
I don't know if he realizes it sounds like he wants me out of the way,
she thought, heat tingling in her cheeks.
Or like I can throw myself on my foster sister's charity. Of course he didn't mean it to sound as if he wants me out of the way. Even if we have been living in each other's pockets for longer than we first expected to. We didn't intend to stay so long in Olart, or Caption, or in Darren. We didn't plan to spend a whole extra year and a half away after Namorn.
Daja?
I can't look at him. I don't want to cry. I feel all lost. Funny. We should get moving,
she said, nudging her horse into motion. The sky remained cloudless, but now the day felt gray. Her eagerness to go back had faded.
Daja, please talk to me. You can stay with me or with Sandry. Frankly, I had expected you would want a house, perhaps even a forge of your own, since you're of age. Certainly you can afford it. You haven't taken vows of poverty.
He's smiling at me. I can hear it in his voice. I should smile back, not worry him. But I feel empty, lost, like when the traders declared me outcast because I was the only survivor of that shipwreck. Why didn't Sandry warn me? All those letters she's been writing? She babbled of the Duke's health and something or other Lark wove or she embroidered, but wrote no word of not being able to return to discipline. Of course not. She has family, the Duke and her cousins in Namorn. But me, I'm cast out of my home. If I don't have Winding Circle, what do I have? Briar and Triss will be in the same basket when they come home. They'll be outcast too. I suppose my Lady Sandralane thought we'd be happy to live as poor relatives. She doesn't know what it's like, always being on the edge of homelessness. She'll expect us to be one cozy little family again, only living on her money until she marries, or His Grace dies, and I'll be left with no home again.
Daja shook her head. It was all a mess, one she didn't want to discuss. She forced herself to smile at Frostpine.
Where do we stop tonight? Let's worry about the other business when we're closer to Emelon, all right?
The 26th day of Blood Moon, the year 1041 KF, Summersea, Emelon. The first visitor to the house and forge at number 6 Cheeseman Street was Sandry. Daja could feel her nearness through the magical connection they shared, though Daja's heart had been in such turmoil that she had refused to open that connection to speak to her foster sister. Now, feeling both apprehensive and angry, she waited for the housemaid to show Sandry into her study. Sandry thanked the maid and waited for her to leave before she turned on Daja.
I have to learn from your teacher that not only have you been in Emelon 2 weeks, but you went and bought a house of your own?
Daja scowled at the shorter girl.
Spare me the ballads. You knew very well I was close. I could hardly sleep for you bothering me to open my mind.
Why didn't you let me in? Why didn't you tell me anything?
Daja had bottled up her feelings since Frostpine had said that the home she looked forward to was home no longer. During the ride to Winding Circle and her reunion with her foster mother Lark and her temple friends, Daja had shown a smooth and smiling face. She had quietly found a Summersea house with a smith's forge already attached, then picked out furnishings so she could move in as soon as possible. To everyone, merchants, dedicates, the old smith whose home she had bought, her new servants, she had pretended that setting up her own household was just what she had in mind. She was tired of pretending.
Tell you that I was being cast out of Winding Circle because I no longer fit? Tell you so you might offer me charity, or so His Grace might offer me charity? How long until that charity ran out and I was left on my own again, Sandry? First I lose my family, then the traders, then Winding Circle. I need my own place, a home no one can take from me.
Sandry's lips trembled.
So you cast me out. You said I was your Sati.
A Sati was a true friend of the heart, someone who was trusted without reserve.
I thought the friendship of Satis lasted forever.
But first I need to heal. I can't have you picking and prying and worrying inside my mind,
Daja said, her face and voice still under control.
I need to tend to myself.
Her voice rose slightly.
You didn't even warn me. You've been to discipline. Did anyone ever say, well, you're 16. You can't move back here even if you wish?
Sandry's chin trembled.
I thought you'd want to live with Uncle and me. I thought we'd all be happy to live at Duke's Citadel.
He's not getting any younger. One day he'll die, and then his heir will kick us out. No thanks. Now I have it. As long as I have it, Briar and Triss, and even you will have a home nobody can make us leave.
Sandry sniffed, then defiantly blew her nose on a handkerchief.
Couldn't you throw us out?
No more than I could break that precious thread circle you made when you spun the four of us into one. You know, sometimes I wish that earthquake had never happened, that you'd never had to spin us together to make us stronger. Maybe I wouldn't hurt so much now if I hadn't expected you to know me as well as I know me. If I hadn't expected you to know how awful it would feel to lose Discipline Cottage.
So you punish me by not letting me into your mind. Fine. Sulk. Never mind that you three all left me here.
You said we should travel. You said we ought to go.
You never once stopped to ask if I didn't just say it because you all wanted to go so badly.
Sandry balled her hands into fists.
Not one of you even suggested it wasn't fair that you all go. You just said, "Oh good, thanks, Sandry, old girl. We'll bring you presents from abroad," and off you went. Well, fine. Welcome home. Keep your presents, and if you want to talk, you can do it by letter or in person. You're not the only one who can shut people out, you know.
She turned on her heel to make a grand exit, then hesitated and turned around again.
And Uncle invites you to supper tomorrow night at 6.
Daja blinked, startled at the abrupt turn in the conversation, then nodded.
Fine!
Sandry cried, and walked out. Daja rubbed her temples.
Welcome home. Everything's changed. You just upset your sister Sati. Nothing feels right. Welcome home.
The first day of Rose Moon, 1042 KF, number 6 Cheeseman Street, Summersea, Emelon. Tristana Chandler's head still ached as she followed the cart that held her luggage down Cheeseman Street. She had spent a hard few days since her return home. Turning her very young student, Glocky, over to Triss's foster mother Lark for a proper rearing at Winding Circle had been hard. Triss would never admit it, but she was deeply touched by Glocky's tears when she learned that Triss could only visit, not live with her. It had also hurt to leave her dog, Little Bear, with Glocky and Lark. Triss and Little Bear had been Glocky's family since the child's mother died. It would have been cruel to take away both, and Triss knew it. At least Glocky had adjusted to the loss of Triss's teacher. Nico had interacted with Glocky when necessary, but it was Triss and Little Bear who had played with her, washed her, heard her lessons, and borne the results when Glocky's first magic lessons did not go as planned. Triss would have found those adjustments hard enough. She had prepared for them all the way home. What she had not prepared for was the effect of a busy harbor city and a busy temple city on her ability to read images carried on the wind. When she had started out to learn it, Triss had been lucky to see any vision for more than a blink of an eye. In the 2 years of study she had put into it, Triss had only improved the clarity and duration of the images slightly, averaging 1 or 2 images per trial. Over the long weeks of her voyage north, constant practice and fewer images to sort through had left Triss open. A flood of far sharper visions assaulted her as their vessel entered Summersea Harbor. She had felt the kiss of the ship against the dock while she vomited over the rail. Glocky and the dog had to help her off. Now Triss walked behind the luggage cart, using it as a wind and image barrier to keep her unhappy stomach from rebelling any more. Triss did not look like someone who had already mastered magics that had defeated older, more experienced mages. A short, plump redhead, Triss wore a variety of braids coiled in a heavy silk net pinned at the back of her head. Only 2 thin braids were allowed to swing free, framing a face that was sharp-featured, long-nosed, and obstinate. Next to her hair, her storm-gray eyes were her most attractive feature. Today she hid them behind dark blue-tinted spectacles that cut the flood of pictures writing every draft. She was pale-skinned and lightly freckled, dressed for summer in a gray gown and dusty, well-worn boots. On her shoulder rode some kind of glass creature that sat on its hind feet, one delicate forepaw clutching one of her braids.
"Don't hold on so tight,"
Triss told the creature in a whispered croak. Her throat was raw from constant nausea. It had taken her 3 days in bed to keep her improved magical skill from making her sick.
"They'll love you. Everyone loves you. At least, they'll love you if you don't go around eating their expensive powders and things."
The glass creature unfolded shimmering wings to balance, revealing itself to be a glass dragon. It voiced a chinking sound like the ring of pure crystal.
"No, you hardly ever mean it,"
replied Triss. While she couldn't exactly understand the creature she had named Chime, they'd had this conversation before.
"But you always eat anything that looks like it might color your flames, and then you vomit most of it up."
Though the luggage driver turned the cart through the gate of number 6, Triss lagged behind, feeling anxious about seeing her sisters again.
"Just remember all those southern mages who found out I could see a little or hear a little on the winds. How they acted as if I had stolen something from them, as if I would steal. How they kept saying I thought myself better than them when I was trying not to throw up from the headaches. How they started hiding their notes and closing their doors as I came by. Do I want Sandry and Daja to change like that on me? Do I want them deciding I think I'm better than they are just because I can do a special trick? It wasn't so bad when I started out,"
she thought, forcing herself to go through that gate.
"when people didn't know. But then it got out that time I knew Glocky had fallen and broken her arm. After that, they all decided I was going to lord it over them."
She looked at the house. 2 young women, one black, one white, were coming toward her. One was in a smith's apron. One was dressed like a noble. Both were wearing smiles as uncertain as the one on Triss's mouth. Triss halted, frowning. For a moment these 2 were strangers, smooth and polished creatures who moved as if they were sure of themselves. Behind them stood a 3-story house with neatly planted garden strips in front, good ironwork around the windows, and sturdy outbuildings to either side. Even the location was expensive.
They look like the world is theirs,
she thought bleakly, rocking back on the worn heels of her boots.
And isn't it? Daja could afford this house, from all her work in living metal. Sandry's rich. When Briar comes back, if he comes back, he'll be rich too, from working with miniature trees. I'm the poor one. I'll never belong here like they do. I'll be your housekeeper, Daja,
she said abruptly.
Not a charity case. I'll earn my keep.
Sandry and Daja looked at each other. Suddenly they, and the look of exasperation they shared, were very familiar.
Same old Triss,
they chorused. Triss scowled.
I mean it.
Sandry came forward to kiss Triss's cheek.
We know. Oh dear, you're clammy, and your color's dreadful. Lark wrote you've been ill. Come.
Her blue eyes flew wide open as Chime stood up on Triss's shoulder and made a sound of glass grating on glass.
Hello, beautiful,
said Daja, holding out both hands.
You must be Chime.
The glass dragon glided over to land in Daja's hands.
Traitor,
grumbled Triss. She let Sandry wrap an arm around her shoulders.
Actually, I would feel better for some tea.
Daja led the way indoors, cooing admiration of Chime. The 25th day of Storm Moon, 1043 KF, Discipline Cottage, Winding Circle Temple, Emelon. At first, Briar Moss's homecoming was grand. Lark worked her welcoming magic on all of them, erasing lines from Rosethorn's face that Briar had thought would never go away, and making Evie feel as welcome as if she were Lark's own daughter. Lark barely hesitated on meeting Evie's strange friend Luvo before she found him the ideal place to sit and watch them all. Briar she saluted, letting him know that he had finally brought them all home safe. At that moment, it didn't seem to matter that Triss had left a new student with Lark, or that another student, a fellow so shy he didn't want to share the attic with anyone, lived upstairs. All that mattered to Briar was that he was safe at Discipline, that Little Bear still remembered him, that Rosethorn seemed more like her old self than she'd been since they reached the Far East. Even the sight of temple habits, earth green here at Discipline, fire red, air yellow, water blue, novice white on the spiral road, didn't rattle him. This was Emelon, not Gyeongshi. Outside the walls he could hear the crash of the sea in the cove and the cry of gulls overhead. Briar was home and safe. The first problem came when Rosethorn told him that he could sleep in her room for his few nights at Discipline. She would stay with Lark for the present. The child Glocky had Briar's old room. There was no question of sharing the attic with the ferociously shy Comus. It felt strange lying down in Rosethorn's small, neat chamber, but it was only temporary. Since they picked up Sandry's letter when they made port in Hattar, Briar had known that things had changed. It was just as well, he'd thought then. He couldn't live as he did these days in a small temple cottage, under Lark and Rosethorn's far too perceptive eyes. Rosethorn's bed was just not comfortable. It was a dedicate's hard cot, not luxurious by anyone's standard, but Briar was not used to even its mite of softness. With mental apologies to Rosethorn and a promise to restore the room later, Briar moved the pallet to the floor. That was better, but when had Discipline gotten so noisy? The attic floor creaked. Was that fellow up there rolling to and fro? Briar couldn't remember if the clock in the hub tower had ever woken him before. Then he could swear he could hear the dog snoring from Glocky's room. It was also stuffy. Who could breathe in here? At last he found his bedroll and crept out the back door into the garden. It was cold for Emelon, winter time around the pebbled sea, but Briar's roll was made for Gyeongshi winters. It was more than adequate for a night without rain, even in storm moon. He laid it out on the garden path and slid between the covers, plants and vines in full slumber all around him. He was asleep the moment he pulled the blankets up around his chin. He heard the chime of temple bells, summoning Earth Temple dedicates to the midnight services that honored their gods. As he fell back into his dreams, flames roared up around him, throwing nightmare shadows on his eyelids. In the distance, triumphant warriors shouted and people shrieked. The wind carried the scent of blood and smoke to his nostrils. Burning carpets wrapped around him. Briar fought to get free while boulders shot from catapults smashed temple walls to rubble. Briar gasped and sat up. Sweat poured over his face, stinging in his eyes. He'd ripped his bedroll apart in his struggles, flinging blankets into the winter garden. Shuddering, he gulped in lungfuls of cold air, trying to cleanse his nose and throat of the lingering reek of burning wood and bodies. As his head cleared, he drew up his knees and wrapped his arms around them. Resting his face against his legs, he began to cry.
It was the bell for services, wasn't it?
Rosethorn was hunkered down close by, a shadow among shadows. She spoke with a trace of a slur. Briar scrubbed his face on his knees before he looked up.
Bells?
Rosethorn had her own share of bad dreams from the last 2 years.
You slept fine on the ship, with hardly any nightmares. But now you're in temple walls, surrounded by temple sounds, including the calls to midnight service. It started the dreams again. You won't even be able to stay here a few days, will you?
If she was anyone else, maybe I'd lie,
Briar thought.
But she was there. She knows. I jumped just seeing all the different colored robes,
he said wearily.
Doesn't matter that the folk here are different races for the most part. We even use the same kind of incense they did back there.
He shrugged.
Evie will be all right. Once the stone mages here start teaching her, she'll be busy. And I'll be around.
Briar sighed.
So I'll tell her when she gets up. I'll see tomorrow if Daja's got room for me.
Rosethorn got to her feet with a wince and offered Briar a hand.
I doubt that Daja would write to say she has a floor of the house opening onto the garden set aside for you if she didn't mean for you to live there,
she said dryly as she helped him to his feet.
And Briar, if the dreams don't stop, you should see a soul healer about them.
Briar shrugged impatiently and picked up his things.
They're just dreams, Rosethorn.
But you see and hear things sometimes, and smell things that aren't there. You're jumpy and irritable.
When Briar glared at her, she shrugged too.
I'm the same. I don't mean to put it off. Terrible events have long-lasting effects, boy. They can poison our lives.
I won't let them,
Briar said, his voice harsh.
That's one victory the Yanjing Emperor don't get.
Folding blankets over her arm, Rosethorn looked at him.
There's something I don't understand. We're having a perfectly clear conversation right now. Before we journeyed east, if I wanted to talk to you, I would have to slip every word in between 5 or 6 from the girls in your mind. The 4 of you were always talking.
She tapped her forehead with a finger to indicate what she meant.
Now, All your attention is right here. And another thing. Why weren't they on our doorstep the moment we came home? Triss and Daja are back. Lark said as much. Did you tell them not to come? You aren't the only one who would like to see them, you know.
I'm not speaking with them.
Briar muttered, avoiding her gaze.
Not in my mind. I didn't tell them we're coming, or we're here.
Rosethorn's eyebrows snapped together.
You haven't linked back up with the girls? In Mila's name, why not? They could help you so much better than I can.
Briar stared at her. Had Rosethorn run mad?
Help me? Boo-hoo and wail and drape themselves all over me and treat me as if I was a refugee, more like. Want me to talk about it, like talking pays for anything, and cuddle me and cosset me.
Rosethorn's delicate mouth curled in her familiar sarcastic curve.
Did some imperial Yangjing brute knock you on the head 10 or 12 times? That doesn't sound like our girls. If you've shut them out for that reason, boy, you took more of a beating than I guessed.
Briar hung his head and ground his teeth.
Why does Rosethorn always have to cut through any smokescreen I put up? It's unnatural, the way she knows my mind.
He steeled himself to say the truth.
I don't want them in my mind, seeing what I saw, hearing what I heard, smelling. I don't want them knowing the things I did.
Sure of Rosethorn's next objection, he quickly added,
And I don't know if I can hide that away from them once they get in. It's everywhere, Rosethorn. All that mess. My head's a charnel house. I have no way of cleaning it up yet.
To his surprise, Rosethorn had no answer to that but to hug him tight, blankets and all. After a moment's hesitation, he hugged her back. With Rosethorn, hugging was all right. She had been in Yangshi, too. The 26th day of Storm Moon, 1043 KF, Market Street to number 6 Cheeseman Street, Summersea, Emelon. As a way to build up her defenses against being overwhelmed by sights on the wind, Triss had begun to journey farther afield in her marketing, controlling the drafts that touched her face and the images she chose to inspect. On this day she had offered to go to Rainin Alley to buy Daja's metal polish. It meant she would take Market Street on the way home, spending 3 blocks on a direct line with the East Gate, able to catch whatever wind came through. She had barely stepped into that wind when it showered her with pictures. She walked along, discarding or ignoring most as useless, dull, or meaningless, until a solid one, gleaming with the silver fire of pure magic, brought her to a complete halt. A young man 5 feet 9 inches tall walked through the slums beyond the East Gate, leading a pack-laden donkey. Atop its more usual burdens, the donkey carried boxes with an assortment of shakans, or miniature trees. The young man was a handsome fellow with bronze skin, broad shoulders, and glossy black hair that he wore cropped an inch long. His eyes were gray-green, turning darker green as he returned the admiring glances of the women who passed him by. Those eyes were set over a thin blade of a nose, a sensitive mouth, and a firm chin. He wore a Yanjing-styled round-collared coat and leggings in tree green, and rough leather boots with fleece linings. A closer examination revealed what looked like flower tattoos covering his hands. Very close examination showed that the flowers lay under the young man's skin and nails. They also moved, grew, put out leaves, and blossomed. Triss immediately changed course. If she hurried, she could have a batch of Briar's favorite spice cookies in the oven when he reached the house. That night, Triss set the dining room table for 4. Daja walked in as Triss laid out plates of olives and warm, fresh bread.
What, no wine?
Asked Daja. She was still wet from scrubbing her face and hands after a day at the forge. She carried the tang of hot metal around her like perfume. Triss raised nearly invisible eyebrows. In here, with more control and fewer drafts, she wore her clear spectacles.
You drink it? You never did before.
Daja shrugged.
I just thought, you being all fancy with fresh bread.
She peered inside one pitcher, nodded, and poured out cider for herself.
No, you know wine meddles with my magic. But maybe Briar can drink it.
Maybe time runs backwards,
Triss called over her shoulder as she went back into the kitchen. With practiced skill, she collected the roasted chicken stuffed with dried fruits, a plate of cheese pastries shaped like small pots, and a bowl of leeks cooked with eggs. The foods had all been among Briar's favorites when the 4 had lived at Discipline. It seemed Daja had remembered Briar's fondness for pomegranate juice, since she had filled his cup with that.
Hackoi pound it. Do you want us to roll away from the table?
She asked, amused, as Triss set down the food. Triss scowled at her.
He's too skinny if you didn't notice. What was he eating all this time, leaves?
No, there were some grubs, too.
Briar leaned against the door, watching Triss.
Daj, what, you're too cheap to hire a cook?
Triss stuck her tongue out at him, as if she would let a hired cook fix his favorite dishes, and returned to the kitchen. Going to answer a knock on the door, she heard Daja say,
My cook left 3 days after Triss moved in. I have a kitchen maid who helps during the day, and I'll need to hire a second housemaid, whom you're under strict orders not to frighten,
she called after Triss.
Not if she does the work right,
muttered Triss. She opened the kitchen door to find Sandry, wrapped in an oiled cloak against icy rain.
Why couldn't you come in the front like a civilized person?
Triss asked as she let the other girl in.
And wipe your feet. Don't tell me you walked from Duke's Citadel.
No, but your manservant's showing my guards where to stable the horses. And this was easier,
Sandry replied quietly. She let Triss take her cloak and hat.
Is he here? I thought so, but he's closing me out, just like you and Daja.
And you're wide open, are you?
Triss asked, hanging the dripping clothes on pegs.
Yes, he's here. And my supper is getting cold.
Sandry turned up her small nose and sniffed the air.
I smell fresh bread. Have you headache tea? I've been reading dull old reports from Namorn all day.
I'll make you a cup. Go say hello to him. How could you be doing reports? No mail comes from Namorn this time of year.
Uncle suggested it. He thinks it's wise to do a review of the last 3 or 4 years all at once, to see what's changed. I know he's right. It's just so tedious.
I thought it was you,
said Daja from the doorway.
Didn't you come here to say hello to our boy, not talk about reports?
Sandry looked past her and saw Briar.
Oh, you're so thin,
she said mournfully, and walked past Daja with her arms held out. Triss poured the tea water, noticing that her hand on the grip of the pot trembled.
It's all wrong. We should be in Discipline, with the kitchen and the table all in one room, and Lark and Rosethorn. Stop it,
she ordered herself tartly. She put down the teapot and slid her fingers behind her spectacles to wipe away tears. When she could see again, Daja had taken charge of the teapot.
Things change,
Daja said softly.
We change with them. We sail before the wind. We become adults. As adults, we keep our minds and our secrets hidden, and our wounds. It's safer.
Two. The 29th day of Carp Moon, 1043 KF, number 6 Cheeseman Street, Summersea, Emelon. Duke Vedras, riding into the courtyard followed by his guards, was dismounting when he heard Daja's familiar voice raised in a bellow.
Triss! That little flying glass monster of yours just stole fish roe pearls!
A moment later, the Duke heard Briar shout,
Triss! Tell this creature it cannot roost in my shack-hands! Lockix teeth, I'd have her guts for string if she had guts.
From the top of the house, booming on a mad swirl of wind, they heard Triss yell,
I'm meditating up here!
The Duke looked at the sergeant of his guard.
Did you know that the magical rune for discord is the combination of the rune for house and 2 runes for mage?
The woman grinned.
I wonder what it would be for a house with 3 mages.
Number 6, Cheeseman Street,
murmured one of the other guards. The shutters on a 3rd-floor window slammed open, and a red head poked out.
Mila's blessings. One moment, Your Grace.
The shutters closed with a snap.
Your Grace is lucky,
said the guard who had just spoken.
That one likes you. It could be so much worse for us all if she didn't.
The Duke frowned briefly at the man.
Triss is sharp-tempered, it's true, but she is a good friend to those in need.
The man bowed his head.
Yes, Your Grace.
Within minutes, a manservant had taken charge of the guards and the horses, and Triss had settled the Duke in the sitting room.
I'd like to speak with the 3 of you, if I may,
asked Vedras when she had served him tea.
I know you're busy, but I have a rather large favor to ask.
Triss curtsied, blushing slightly.
Of course, Your Grace. The others are on their way. They just need to tidy up.
He smiled at her. He had long known that the younger Triss had admired him, as a young girl would admire a polished older man who talked of books with her. From the color on her cheeks, it seemed that some of her old feelings still remained.
Did you summon them from here? Sandry told me you had all closed your connections to one another.
Triss's blush deepened.
I sent the maid. We're not who we were, Your Grace. Would you like it if Sandry walked freely in your mind, among all the things you have been and done?
Shuri Firesword, I would not.
The very thought gave Vedras gooseflesh.
They say travel gives you a world of experiences.
Briar came in, still drying his hands.
Well, I have plenty of experiences I wouldn't share with my worst enemy.
Vedras raised his eyebrows.
Not even with the girls, who understand you best?
Briar grinned.
Particularly not with the girls.
I know about the cook maid. You're lucky she's too silly to think you're serious.
What are you worried about? I make sure any girl I go walking with knows I'm not serious.
Walking?
asked Daja. She entered the room and kissed the Duke on the cheek before she looked at Briar and raised an eyebrow.
Is that what you call it?
Vedras saw that all 3 of the young mages frowned, despite their jokes. The discord Sandry had told him about still continued, it seemed.
Please spare me what any of you call it,
Vedras said delicately. At the sound of his voice, they all looked at him. Briar grinned and shrugged, taking a chair. Daja followed suit, while Triss poured out tea for the others. As she did so, Chime sailed into the room on widespread wings. She dropped the bag of tiny fish roe pearls in Daja's lap. One pearl floated in her glass body where a real creature's stomach would be, and continued on to settle gracefully on the Duke's shoulder. Emitting the musical glass croon that was her purr, Chime rested her head against Vedras's cheek.
Like any beautiful creature, you live for worship,
he said affectionately as he stroked her neck with one finger. They had met on Triss's first visit to Duke's Citadel after her return home. Vedras never tired of looking at Chime.
I brought you something that will agree with you much better than pearls.
Reaching into his belt purse, he brought out a small packet of parchment and opened it on his silk-clad knee. A small pile of gold dust lay inside it.
You spoil her, your grace,
Triss said as Chime walked once around the Duke's neck, purring, before she walked down his chest to the offered treat. Neatly she began to eat the gold dust as if it were grain. Despite their earlier anger with her, Daja and Briar watched, fascinated, as the dust flowed in a ribbon down Chime's clear gullet. Once Chime had finished, she flew to the window seat and curled up on a cushion to nap. Triss settled next to her. Vedris folded up the empty parchment, satisfied that the interlude with Chime had relaxed these three prickly young adults.
I understand that I am about to ask a great deal. I am certain that you three have had your fill of travel. However, I have been presented with a situation. You are aware that Sandraline inherited considerable estates from her mother in the Empire of Namorn.
One of her mother's cousins administers them for her.
And she's a Clayhame, what they call a countess, from her mother's inheritance there. The women inherit titles on their own in Namorn.
But even without all that, she's still awful rich.
Briar was watching vines move around the deep scars on one of his palms.
From all the investing and things she does here.
Yes, but she has neglected the Namornese side of her affairs. In part, the fault is mine. We have tried to play down Sandraline's financial situation, your teachers and I. Her magical abilities seemed more important at first. You know what the world is like. Heiresses are normally pawns, unable to live their own lives or to make their own decisions. It is not a life that Sandraline would enjoy. Here we have protected her from that. But in protecting her, we also kept her from doing her duty to those for whom she is responsible in Namorn. The people on her lands, who farm them and reap the profits for her to live on. Her cousin Ambrose has looked after her interests for all of these years, managing them as well as his own lands. I know that it was wrong to encourage Sandraline to stay here when she has responsibilities elsewhere. Berenine, the Empress of Namorn, is also a kinswoman of Sandraline's. She has expressed displeasure that I made no effort to force Sandraline to go to her Namornese family.
Briar tapped a flower on one knuckle, turning it from yellow to blue.
Your Grace, her displeasure? Was it military or money?
Vedris chuckled.
I have truly missed you three. It is so agreeable to be understood. The threats have been financial. If Sandraline were to remain in Emelon much longer, Namorn might find other sources of saffron and copper. Certain goods that pass through Emelon would be more highly taxed in Namorn. Those who pay those taxes would be told it would cost less to ship their goods through other countries. Debts owed to banks in Emelon would be repaid more slowly, or frozen. Last year, interest paid on Emelon's loans to the Namornese Empire never reached our banks. Her Imperial Majesty has indicated to me that there are ways to make our friendly relations even less friendly.
Briar leaned over and spat in the empty hearth.
Imperial language,
he said, his voice quiet but savage.
Imperial double talk. They speak pretty and sharpen their knives. The Yanjing Emperor is just as bad.
Then he and the Empress must have a wonderful time together. They've been at war off and on for 8 years.
It is the language of diplomacy. I use it myself.
I'll venture a guess,
said Daja, tugging her lower lip.
Sandry found out about the blackmail.
Nodding, the Duke said,
My seneschal let it slip. Sandraline was quite outraged. She insists on making that visit to Namorn to satisfy the imperial request, so that Emelon, that our people, are no longer inconvenienced on her account.
Vedras leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees.
Here comes the difficult part, particularly in light of what I heard on my arrival,
he thought.
My next step is troublesome. If I send guards, it would be perceived as an insult, as a suggestion that I do not trust Sandraline's relatives to care for her, that I fear for her safety within the Empire. A very few guards would not be taken as an insult, but they would be too few to help her, should she need help.
He stopped to sip his tea and sample one of the pistachio crescent cookies, biding his time. They would guess what he wanted, but they would also want him to say it aloud. They wouldn't want to seem childishly eager or interested in front of each other. Inwardly the Duke sighed. He liked them all and hated to see them unhappy. Daja's homecoming had been a bitter experience and remained so. Triss had run into the kind of professional jealousy that adults found hard to deal with. Both girls had confided a little to him in their Citadel visits, even if they could not talk about those things with Sandry. He had not spoken much with Briar, but he had with Rosethorn. He had also seen that same haunted look of Briar's in the eyes of countless soldiers and sailors who had survived battle. Vedras hoped that if he could persuade all three of them to help with his plan, it might heal some of their wounds. The difficulty was that they had never been easy to persuade.
I would be easier in my mind if one, or two, or even all three of you were to go with Sandry. Empress Berenine has great mages at her command, but they are all academic mages, drawing their power from themselves and channeling it through learned rites and spells. In my experience, academic mages underestimate ambient mages like you, who draw your power from your surroundings.
Briar snorted.
You bet they do.
The Duke continued.
They will not expect you to be formidable guards for her. Moreover, you three have lived with more facets of the adult world than Sandraline has. Daja, I understand that you may feel you have not completely made this place your home, and I shall not hold it against you, should you refuse me. Triss, I know you have plans to attend Lightsbridge next spring.
Lightsbridge?
Chorused Briar and Daja. The university at Lightsbridge was the rival school of magecraft to Winding Circle. It was a citadel of learning, particularly for academic mages, as Winding Circle tended to specialize in ambient ones. Apparently, thought Vedras, Triss had not shared her plans with her housemates.
You've got your mage medallion. You don't need Lightsbridge.
Triss scowled.
I do if I need a license to practice plain street magic. Talismans, charms, potions, that kind of thing. Don't you understand how much people resent us for having medallions? People don't even usually have a license at 18, let alone a medallion. Well, I mean to study at Lightsbridge under another name, an ordinary name, so I can get an ordinary license, so I can earn my living as an ordinary mage.
You're going to lie about who you are?
Nico set it up for me.
Triss said shortly, naming her teacher.
I'm going to do it, and that's final. Unless...
She looked at Vedras uncertainly.
After this summer, you will be free again to do as you please. Either Sandraline will return home, or...
He looked at his hands. He did not want to speak the possibility aloud, but he owed his young friends honesty.
Sandraline may feel that her duty requires her to remain in Namorn. In that case, I hope you would feel yourselves under no further obligation, and return to your own lives.
He looked at Briar.
I am most reluctant to ask you, of course. You have come home so recently. I will understand if you refuse. But, forgive me for saying it, Empress Berenine is a famed amateur gardener. With your own reputation having spread in the time you have been away, I suspect she will be quick to admit you above all to her inner circle.
Does Sandry speak Namornese?
Phaedrus felt hope stir in his chest.
I suspect it is quite rusty. I know Ambrose Fairlandrag's reports are in Namornese, so she reads it well.
Daja nodded.
But I speak it.
She smoothed one hand over the metal that coated the other.
You're really worried, aren't you, Your Grace?
I know that Sandraline is capable of extraordinary feats, and they will think the less of her because her magic works through thread. But she is only one mage, and there are ways to deal with mages. She is extraordinarily wealthy in Namorn. I don't believe you know to what extent. Heiresses are always in great demand. Empress Berenine is a powerful woman who has made it clear that she thinks Sandraline belongs in her court. Few people tell her Imperial Majesty no.
Briar smirked.
Sandry will. Sandry tells everyone no, sooner or later.
Daja grinned. Triss smiled. Phaedrus put down his teacup.
I know you will need time to consider it.
Triss stared into the distance.
At least Daja and I should go. 2 of us will be harder to distract than 1.
Briar made a face.
You need me too, in case all those hot-blooded Namornese noblemen make you girls addled.
I have yet to be addled by any man, Briar Moss. Believe me, a few have tried. Dazed a little, but only because they reminded me of you. I had hoped you were one of a kind.
You'll come?
Asked Triss, startled.
You aren't the only one who owes his grace,
Briar informed her. He looked at the Duke.
Sir, even if Sandry weren't our sister, you helped us along a lot the 4 years we lived the discipline. It would be an honor to ease your mind.
The Duke sighed with relief. He hadn't been sure all of them would be willing, particularly not when they were at odds.
Getting to Namorn will be easy. 3rd Caravan Saralan is here, and will leave for Namorn on the 10th day of Seed Moon. Their guards will protect you on the road. I will cover all of your expenses, and I consider myself to be deeply in your debt.
He smiled at them.
Thank you. I feel more comfortable with this than I have felt since Sandraline told me she would go.
The next morning Sandry arrived with her guards and a cart piled with bolts of cloth. Since Triss had gone to do the marketing and Daja was at Winding Circle, the maid fetched Briar. Briar took one look at Sandry and knew trouble was in the air. Sandry's bright blue eyes sparkled dangerously, and little red flags of temper marked her cheeks.
We thought you'd be happy to have us along, you wanting togetherness and all. So what's put pins in your noble rump?
He asked, jamming his hands into his pockets.
And what's this for? Tents? Or you think we're too poor to have clothes?
Sandry glared at him.
I doubt you have court clothes from cloth and stitching that I have done. And I refuse to answer your other vulgar question.
As the house's manservant carried in the first load of cloth, Briar rolled his eyes.
I've been vulgar for years, and it never bothered you. If you think I'll put off getting my trees ready for Rosethorn to look after, so you can stick pins in me, think again. I don't have time for fittings.
He turned and went into the house, back to his workroom. He knew Sandry would follow. When she wanted a fight, nothing stopped her from getting it. While he waited, he busied himself with his shakans, preparing them for the trip to Winding Circle. They grumbled as he checked their leaves, branches, and soil before he set them in their traveling baskets once more. Like Briar, they had looked forward to staying in one place for a while.
You'll like it so well with Rosethorn, you won't even remember me,
he told them with a gentleness he rarely showed to people these days.
And she won't take you anywhere anytime soon.
Then why agree to come if you didn't want to?
Sandry demanded from the doorway. She carried a sewing basket in one hand. Briar didn't look at her.
Because His Grace asked me to.
Oh!
From the sound of her voice, Sandry had just gotten angrier.
So if my uncle asked you to reopen our old connection, you do it for him, but not for us.
Briar closed his eyes, drawing serenity from the very old miniature apple tree under his fingers. Had she been so childish before?
His Grace would never ask something so foolish of us.
Foolish?
Briar turned so he could glare at Sandry. He didn't want his irritation flooding into his tree.
Look here. It's one thing to be all happy and friendly and romping in each other's minds when you're little, Sandry. Kids think of kid things. And we were kids, for all we were powerful enough and well taught enough to get our mage medallions.
In his upset, he'd slid back to his native street slang, using the word for a young goat to mean a child.
We kept our minds neat and clean and orderly for our magic, and it was easy because we were kids. We're not kids now. We can control our power because we're stronger, and that's nice, because our minds are messy adult minds.
You mean your mind is messy?
Sandry retorted, crimson with fury.
You, all well-traveled to distant lands with your mysterious war and your Yanjing emperor, while you left silly me at home to stay a child.
Briar took a step forward to glare down into her face.
I also forgot how God's cursed aggravating she can be, always poking at a fellow's sore spots. Why does it always have to be so witless personal with you?
Sandry braced her fists on her hips and rose up on the balls of her feet to lessen the 5 inches of difference in their heights.
Personal? Personal is what I've had while my brother and sisters raced all over the world, in case you've forgotten, Master Big Britches.
Briar gaped at her, astonished.
You said you didn't mind.
Sandry glared up into his eyes.
I had to say that, idiot. You were going if I liked it or no. All I could do was salvage my pride.
Now Briar's temper came to a boil.
That bleeding noble's pride, so much more meaningful than the kind us ground grubbers get.
Sandry retorted,
Better than your stiff-rumped street boy fecklessness that makes fun of anything serious.
She thrust out one hand and shoved him on the chest. Briar rocked back on his heels and grabbed her wrist.
Well.
Daja stood in the door, arms crossed over her chest.
I can see this will be a splendid trip.
Embarrassed, Briar turned back to his plants. Sandry shoved out of the room past Daja. After a long silence, Daja asked,
Does this mean you're not going?
Briar, who could feel a hot blush swamp his face from the tip of his nose to the backs of his ears, shook his head. When he heard no sounds that meant Daja had left his workroom, he mumbled,
Girls. Always getting their skirts in an uproar over a lump in the mattress.
But you feel better for yelling at her,
Daja suggested, her voice very dry. Briar shrugged. He kept his back to Daja so she wouldn't see the slow smile that spread across his lips. It was good to see that Sandry still had some spice in her. After a long moment, he heard the sounds of Daja's retreat from his workroom.
Tell her I'm not wearing fussy embroidery or pointed shoes,
he yelled over his shoulder.
Tell him I'm putting hoods with the faces sewn shut on all his tunics,
Sandry yelled from somewhere inside the house.
Tell each other yourselves,
called Daja from somewhere between them. Briar grinned. For a moment, it felt like it had in the old days, back at Discipline Cottage. Daja's house had felt like home. The 17th day of Seed Moon, 1043 KF, the Aaronwit River, southwestern Gansar. Briar was smugly pleased to find that, unlike most non-traders who rode under the protection of trader caravans, the four were not kept to a separate camp, guarded by the traders but shut out of trader conversations and trader campfires. He tried not to smirk at the non-traders when he passed their lonely fires. The four would have been forced to join them if not for Daja. Though she had once been a trader outcast, the same powerful act of magic that had left her with living metal on one hand had also redeemed her name with all traders and made her and her friends known and respected by her people. Now Daja carried an ebony staff, its brass cap engraved and inlaid with the symbols of her life story, like any trader's staff. Now she could do business with traders, eat with them, talk with them, and travel with them, as could her brother and sisters.
Those fires look awful lonesome,
Briar confided to Triss their first night on the road. She was not fooled.
Stop gloating.
The people of 3rd Caravan Saralan soon found there was much of interest about Briar and the girls. The children and quite a few adults were entranced by Chime. They took every free moment to feed the glass dragon and collect the flame or puddle-shaped bits of glass that Chime produced afterward. The yellow-clad and veiled Mimanders, mages, were drawn to the depth and power of the magic that filled the 152-year-old miniature pine shakan that was Briar's companion. They consulted Briar about the magic that could be worked with shakans, while the trader negotiators began the slow process of bargaining for a long-term contract to buy the trees Briar was prepared to sell. The traders even negotiated an exchange with Sandry, her embroidery on their own clothes in trade for a chance to examine weaving and embroidery done only within the rare trader cities. This was the work of very old and very young traders, who were exempt from the custom that forbade their people from making things. Sandry jumped at the chance. Rarely did a non-trader so much as glimpse the work, let alone get the time for a close look at it. Briar, Sandry, and Daja soon found something they could agree on in that first week. Triss had grown very odd. She seemed to flinch each time a fresh breeze blew through the camps and the caravans. Briar thought she would drive him mad, changing the location of her bedroll several times each night. He slept lightly, trying to avoid dreams of fire and blood. Triss woke him when she moved. While Triss didn't drive others to growl,
pesky, jagging, mouky girl,
as Briar did, it was almost as if by trying to be quiet and disturb no one, Triss disturbed everyone.
I left Winding Circle so I could sleep,
he cried their 4th night on the road.
Not so's I could be jumping every other minute thinking we're under attack, when it's just you missing your feather bed.
That's why we ride with the caravan, so their guards watch in case of attack,
she replied with heavy and weary sarcasm.
Anyway, since when are you such a cursed light sleeper? The time was that we had to dump buckets of water on you to get you to crack an eyelid.
People change. You didn't used to squeak at every least little thing. I'm not going to say I can't even trust trader guards to know when trouble comes,
he thought, moving his bedroll as far from hers as he could manage.
Anyone can be taken by surprise. Anyone. You'd think she'd know that at her age.
It's enough to make a person stuff her in a baggage wagon,
thought Daja gloomily as she cleaned her teeth on their 7th morning out. Today they were to reach the river Aranwit, which marked the border of Emelon and Gansar. Daja was wondering how she was going to put up with Triss's behavior all the way to Namorn. She agreed with Briar, particularly since last night Triss had been sleeping, or moving, near Daja's bedroll.
"Why don't you see if you can ride in a wagon?"
she demanded when Triss twitched one time too many over breakfast.
"So you won't have to keep the rest of us awake all night while you look for a soft spot, or worry about the wicked breeze drying your cheeks all day."
Triss replied with a cold look that, in earlier years, made Daja want to put her in a keg and nail the top on. It was a look that froze the person who had dared to speak to Triss.
"We shamed it out of her when she lived with us,"
thought Daja, glaring back at her sister.
"I guess she fell into her old bad ways after we weren't around. In the civilized world, people answer other people back,"
she told the redhead.
Daja, it's too early,
moaned Sandry. She had stayed up late, working on her Namornese with the traders. For once, Daja saw, Sandry wasn't her bouncy morning self.
"Certainly too early for those of us who couldn't get a whole night's sleep in the first place,"
growled Briar as the traders began to pack the wagons up. The caravan, even the sleepy four, pulled together and took the slowly descending road before the sun cleared the eastern mountains. Soon they descended to the flat canyon floor the Aranwit had carved between towering cliff walls. The river spread before them. It was a lazy, flat expanse, no more than 100 yards wide and barely 3 feet deep, even at this time of year, when snowmelt should have swollen it enough to cover the whole canyon floor. The ride leader told Daja that, 20 years earlier, this road had been impassable in springtime until some lord or other built a dam far upstream.
"Thanks, whoever you were,"
she told the unnamed noble silently.
"Without your dam and this crossing, we'd have to ride 100 miles to the bridge at Lake Bostadan."
On moved the caravan, herd animals, riders, and the first of the wagon groups. Daja was about to enter the water when she saw that Triss had halted her mare in midstream. The mare turned and twisted, fighting Triss's too-tight grip on the reins. Daja ground her teeth, then rode over.
"Ease up on your horse's mouth. You're hurting her. You'll make her hard-mouthed, wrenching her about that way."
Triss pulled the horse's head around in an abrupt turn, kicking the mare into a gallop while still in the water. Daja stood in the stirrups to yell,
"We taught you how to ride! Odie Loggett! Trader tax you! A hard-mouthed horse earns less on resale!"
Triss didn't seem to hear. She galloped her little mare onto a hillock where the road entered the water and drew her to a halt. There she rose in her stirrups, facing upriver.
"Why is she taking her spectacles off?"
wondered Daja, as vexed with Triss as she had been in years.
"She looks completely demented, and she's blind without them. Now what?"
Triss ripped off the net that confined her braids and turned the mare. Setting the horse galloping straight for the river, she grabbed a handful of air and placed it in front of her mouth.
"Get him across!"
she yelled. She had done some trick. Her voice boomed in the canyon.
"For your lives, get them across! Move!"
The caravan leaders and the head Mimander started to ride back to Triss.
"There is no storm, no flood!"
cried the Mimander.
"You frighten our people!"
Triss stood in her saddle, her gray eyes wild. The ties flew from the thin braids that framed her face. They came undone, laddered with lightning bolts that crawled to her forehead and back over her head.
"Are you deaf? I didn't ask for a vote! Move them!"
She thrust an arm out. Lightning ran down to fill her palm. It dripped to the ground. Wagon drivers whipped their beasts. wanting to put the river between them and Triss. Herds fled, splashing among the wagons and the riders. Chimes shot into the air. Lightning rose to cling to the dragon, outlining her graceful figure. Down she swooped, harrying the traders' dogs and sheep, driving them into the river and keeping them from fleeing downstream. Briar and Sandry charged back into the water, followed by traders, making sure people rode across instead of fleeing along the river's length.
"I'll kill Triss when everyone's safely out,"
thought Daja, keeping the column tight on the upriver side.
"For causing such a fuss, for frightening everyone. And why? The Mamander said there's no flash flood coming. His specialty is weather with water. The ride leader told me so when we left Summersea."
She glanced at Triss. The redhead screeched,
"Not fast enough!"
at the Mamander and the caravan leaders. Two long, heavy braids popped free of their ties. These did not crawl with lightning like the rest of Triss's braids. They were lightning. She dragged fistfuls of blazing power from each and squeezed them through the gaps between her fingers, creating about 7 strips of lightning in each hand.
"Move!"
she screamed, and hurled them in the caravan's wake. Lightning cracked like whips over the heads of horses and mules. It lashed close enough to one herd of sheep to singe wool and to leave scorch marks on the side of a nearby wagon. Daja saw Triss drag on it to keep it from touching the water.
Thank the gods for that. One strike in the water and we all might cook.
3 lightning strips flew at the Mamander, the caravan leaders, even Daja herself, nipping at the rumps of their horses. Thunder boomed in the canyon, startling the herds into a run. Animals, traders, and non-traders alike decided they'd had enough. They, Sandry, and Briar fled across the river with Triss behind them, just in back of the last wagons.
"Keep going!"
Triss screamed, her voice hoarse. Now she used her lightning to goad the caravan's rear and its front, scaring the horses and the oxen who pulled the wagons until they rushed up the inclining road. The end of the caravan was a scant 20 feet above the canyon floor when a rumbling sound made the cooler-headed riders stop. Rocks pattered down the cliffs that overlooked the road. Bits of the ledge that overlooked the canyon floor crumbled away from its edge. In the distance, they could hear a dull roar. This time, Triss, clinging to her horse's mane, didn't need to speak. Everyone scrambled to move higher on the steep road. They were 60 feet above the riverbed when a wall of tree and stone-studded water snarled down the canyon to swamp the river flats. It ripped boulders from the ford, ground the road away, and plowed on down into the canyon again. Had they been just a little slower, the savage torrent would have swept them up and carried the remains far downstream.
But there was no rain, no snowfall higher in the mountains.
That lone voice belonged to the Mamander. Daja did not look at his veiled eyes, out of consideration for his shame. Trader Mimanders studied one aspect of magic all their lives. They chose their specialty when they were young and risked their lives to learn all they could about winds, or the fall of water from the skies, or avalanches or storms at sea.
How humiliating. It must look like he missed this coming, even after years of study. He knows this caravan puts its life in his hands. And how humiliating to yell at your sister because she doesn't have time to save over 200 people and explain herself too.
Briar looked at the swirling mess below. He blinked. For a moment the trees were bodies, gaudily dressed men, women, and children who were missing limbs or heads, their wounds streaking the brown water red. They were joined by the bloated corpses of yaks, goats, even birds, and by the corpses of soldiers. The stench of the rotting dead swamped him.
Not here,
he thought, closing his eyes and clenching his teeth.
Gansar, not Gyeongji. Peacetime, not war. Not here.
When he opened his eyes, he saw the remains of trees and the bulk of stones. Only the stench of death continued to haunt his nose. He forced himself to study this flood, the one that was real right now. Already it was clawing at the earthen walls on the far side of the river flats.
You ask me, I think the dam broke up river, Master Mamander. It was too old, maybe, or it needed fixing or something, but some of those rocks look like dressed stone. It wasn't your fault if that's so. A dam break isn't weather.
Triss, limp along her mare's neck, nodded briefly. Daja was looking very sheepish, he saw. She rode over to Triss.
I'm sorry,
Briar heard her mutter.
I should have trusted me.
Triss's reply was muffled, but it clearly stung Daja.
Remembered it's my favorite thing in all the world to act like a crazy person before strangers. And it would have been nice if my sisters and brother had said, "Oh, she's peculiar, but she's usually peculiar for a reason." Go away, Daja. I don't feel like blushing and accepting your kind apology just now. Thanks all the same.
Daja drew herself up.
All that traveling and all those conferences, and they never taught you how to be gracious.
You want Sandry for that. She's up ahead. Leave me be.
Briar rode over and touched Daja on the arm. He jerked his head, a sign for her to come aside with him. When she did, he whispered,
Remember? She gets all worked up and she snaps at the first nice voice she hears. She was probably scared witless. I'll put on the heavy gloves and gentle her some.
He winked and rode back to Triss, getting her attention by poking her in the arm.
Hey, Copper Curls. Nice fireworks,
he said, keeping his voice light. She looked like one of the warrior dedicates right after battle, exhausted, but still not quite sure it was safe to stop fighting. Briar had learned to handle them carefully when they were in that state.
Maybe you ought to do like Chime and eat something so the lightning will come out of you in colors.
Triss replied with a suggestion that Briar knew would be physically impossible. He grinned. Offering Triss his canteen, he said,
Have some water, and don't spit it back in my face.
As Triss obeyed, Briar looked at Daja and shrugged. Daja smiled reluctantly.
That's right. Triss gets really frightened, and then she bites the heads off of people. I had forgotten. I wonder what else I've forgotten. About Triss. About Sandry and Briar. I hope I remember really, really fast.
Sandry was livid. Had she been less aware of what she owed to the people around her, she would have shaken Triss until her teeth rattled. Furious as she was, she still remembered one of her uncle's most often repeated lessons.
Never express anger with a friend or a subordinate in public.
Vedris always said.
They might forgive a private expression of anger or a deserved scolding, but they never forget a public humiliation. It is the surest way to destroy a friendship and to create enemies.
The caravan found a wide cove off the road where they could halt to collect themselves and calm the children and the animals. Sandry then went to give Triss a piece of her mind. The Mamander beat her there. He had backed Triss up against a tall stone by the road, his yellow-robed body shielding her from onlookers. Sandry moved to the side of the stone to eavesdrop.
The world does not appreciate such stunts,
the man told Triss softly but fiercely.
Do you know the harm you could do with such dangerous magic? What if a wagon had rolled, or if animals had fallen? When you scry a thing, you announce it immediately. You do not stage a panic in mid-river. I mean to file a complaint with Winding Circle.
They will tell you your complaint has no merit.
Triss's voice was low and cold.
I did not scry this. As soon as I knew it was coming, I told everyone with the ears to hear. Forgive me if I did not consult you. There was no time.
What am I supposed to believe, cack?
Demanded the Memander. He'd used the most insulting term for a non-trader there was.
Did you see it on the wind, like some fabled mage of old? I suppose you, a child, expect me to believe that.
Go away. Tell your bookkeeper goddess you'd rather question the debt you owe me for your life than consider ways to repay me. On second thought, don't bother. There's no coin small enough I'd consider worthwhile exchange for your life.
Sandry smothered a gasp and pressed herself into a crevice behind the rock that hid her.
Is she mad?
Sandry wondered, horrified.
If she were a traitor, he'd have to kill her for so many insults. She said he was questioning his gods for letting him live. Then she told him not to bother repaying her, a traitor not to repay. And then she told him his life isn't worth anything.
Finally the Memander replied, his voice shaking.
I expect no better of a cack.
He walked away. Sandry's temper blazed again.
Triss not only orders us around like the queen of everything, but she insults our hosts. I have to remind her she used to have manners.
She yanked herself out of her crevice, shook her riding breeches clean of the leaf litter that had collected there, took a deep breath, and walked around the rock. Triss had left it to sit on a fallen tree next to the spring nearby. She patiently held one side of her snood, Chime the other, as her braids twined around each other, forming a snug ball. There was no way to tell now which had carried lightning and which had been lightning. Even the two thin braids that framed her face were neatly done up and tied again. Sandry halted in front of her.
Never have I given you the right to order me around. Neither have Briar or Daja. And we have certainly not given you the right to throw lightning at us.
Despite her resolve to be firm, her voice quivered. Triss's eyes flicked to Sandry dangerously, though Triss's hold on the snood remained steady as her braids moved and wriggled to fit themselves inside.
Pardon me for not kissing your hand and saying pretty please, since that's what you're used to these days,
she replied, acid dripping in her voice.
Had I known I would offend Clayhame.
She turned Sandry's Namornese title into an insult.
I would have let everyone die so I wouldn't inconvenience you.
I know you are ever so much more clever and educated than the rest of us, but it's not as if we are dolts. We did get our medallions at the same time as you. We have something between our ears besides hummus, and if the bond between us were open, there would have been no need for such antics,
replied Sandry, losing her temper in spite of herself. Triss let go of the snood. With a flap of her wings, Chime leaped on top of her head to keep it in place. If either girl had not been in a rage, they might have thought it funny.
Did it occur to you that you might not like what is in my head now?
Demanded Triss. She hurriedly grabbed a fistful of hairpins and began to pin her net in place.
Or do you think I'll be easier to control once you're behind my eyes, your ladyship?
Sandry's eyes filled with unexpected tears. She felt as if Triss had slapped her.
Do you really think that of me?
I don't know what I think,
growled Triss, taking off her spectacles.
Go away, will you? I have the most vile headache. I just want to be alone.
Chime took flight off of Triss's head.
With pleasure,
Sandry replied with all the dignity she had left.
At the rate you're going, you'll be a caravan of one, just as alone as you please.
I cannot believe you, my lady."
Unknown to the two girls, the caravan's leader had come over.
"She has saved all of our lives with fearsome magic. She is pale and sweating, and you choose to quarrel with her?"
To Triss, the woman said,
"My wagon is cushioned, with heavy drapes to close out the light, and there is cool mint tea. Will you rest your head there? Briar says he has a headache medicine that may help you."
Sandry turned and fled. If anything, she felt even smaller than she had when Triss had accused her of wanting to control her.
Why didn't I notice she was ill? And why is she being so mean to the three of us? She was that way to strangers when we lived together, but not us. Unless, of course, we're strangers.
She stopped, her back to the caravan. Reaching into the small pouch that always hung around her neck, she brought out the thread with its 4 equally spaced lumps. Sandry turned it around in her fingers, handling each lump, feeling each familiar bit of magic.
Maybe we were this cord once, but for now it's only a symbol of 4 children. Now we're 4 adults who have become strangers. I have to get used to that. I have to get used to it and think of ways to make us stop being strangers once and for all.
She sighed and returned the thread circle to its pouch.
And how will I do that? I have no notion in the least.
The 27th day of Goose Moon, 1043 KF. 12 miles outside Dan Cruen, capital of the Namorn Empire. If Chime had not seen a magpie in the meadow and given chase, she had developed a furious dislike of the vivid black and white birds on their way north. The 4 would have quietly entered Dan Cruen as part of 3rd Caravan Serallan. Their arrival would have followed the structure of diplomatic propriety. They would have been introduced to the court as so many others were introduced, as part of the summer flow of guests from abroad. Instead, not long after the caravan emerged from the shelter of Molyneux Forest, the magpie flew at Chime and smacked the glass dragon with its wings, plainly outraged by Chime's very existence. Chime voiced a scraped glass shriek of rage and gave chase over a nearby meadow.
"Triss!"
yelled Briar.
"Do something!"
"She'll be back,"
replied Triss calmly. She turned a page in the book she was reading as she rode. The sun inched higher in the sky with no sign of Chime. Sandry finally sighed and found Serallan's ride leader.
You'd best go on ahead,
she told him.
I know you have ships to meet at the docks today. Business is business.
"I don't like it,"
said Daja behind her.
"It's not what's due to your consequence entering Dan Cruen with just us for company."
Sandry giggled.
As if I cared about such things.
You should,
the ride leader told her soberly.
You will find they care about it very much at the Imperial Court.
He raised his staff and galloped to the front of the caravan, voicing the long, trilling cry that was the signal to move out. Everyone who had gotten down from horses or wagons to stretch their legs took their places once more. The caravan rolled on without their 4 guests. Traders kept their goodbyes short, to avoid the appearance of owing anything to those they left behind. Sandry had always liked that philosophy, but then the nursemaid who had practically raised her had also been a trader. Now she and her friends waved their farewells to their companions. As the last wagons and herds left them behind, Sandry felt a weight fall from her slender shoulders. While she had enjoyed riding with the caravan, She was glad to be rid of the witnesses to the squabbles that had continued all the way here. Now, with the traders out of earshot and the other three silent, she heard actual quiet. Only birdsong and the whiffle of the wind passing over acres of meadow grass met her ears. Mages were accustomed to time alone. That had been scarce on the long trip north.
Enjoy it while it lasts,
she told herself, filling her mind with the jingle of bridles and the shush of moving air.
Once we get to Dan Cruin, things are bound to be noisy. Music, politics, gossip. It's bad enough when Uncle receives his nobles. I hear my cousin's court is much larger, and, unlike Uncle, she holds her court all year round.
She turned her horse in order to look at her brother and sisters, wondering yet again how they would fare, how she would fare, in a sophisticated place like the Imperial Palace. Briar had unsaddled his horse and flopped onto the meadow grass, his bronze face turned up to the sun. He had even taken his shakan from its traveling basket and set it on the ground, more like a pet than a plant. All the grass around him was in motion, straining to touch him or the shakan without blocking the sun that fell on their two new friends.
He isn't frowning,
thought Sandry, amazed.
I don't think I've seen him without a hint of a scowl since he came home. When he's like this, if he weren't my brother, I'd even find him handsome. Certainly the trader girls seem to think so.
When someone blew a horn in the distance, Briar stirred to glare at Triss.
You know where your monster is. Will you kindly get her back here?
Sandry looked at Triss, who had remained in her saddle to read. The redhead turned a fresh page of her book, and did not reply. Briar sighed his exasperation.
We could be eating midday by now.
I was enjoying the quiet,
Sandry remarked mournfully. She looked at Daja.
Weren't you enjoying the quiet?
Daja, who had dismounted to practice combat moves with her trader's staff, brought the long ebony weapon up to the rest position, exhaled, then looked up at Sandry.
I'm staying out of this one. So should you. Otherwise, they'll start a quarrel with us when they get bored of fighting with each other.
I'm not quarreling. I'm reading.
Girls. Agramentacious, argufying.
Is it that you learn too many languages, and so you must mangle the ones you have?
Sandry asked, curious. Triss closed her book with a snap and freed a braid from the coil at the back of her head.
Chime's coming. She's being chased by riders,
she said, thrusting her book into her tunic pocket.
Nobles. There are falconers far behind them. I suppose they were hunting.
She scowled.
Right now they're hunting Chime.
Daja walked over to stand next to Sandry, leaning on her staff.
The wind's blowing toward us. Triss could just be hearing them. Except, how would she know about the falconers? I think she's seeing things on the wind these days.
Sandry looked at Triss. The breeze came out of the north, making Triss's braids stream back from her face.
Don't be silly. Even her teacher can't do that, and Nico's one of the greatest sight mages in the world. Most of the mages who try to see things on the wind go mad.
But now and then one has to succeed. Otherwise there wouldn't be stories of those who can do it.
Stop gabbing and move,
ordered Briar. He saddled his horse and Daja's with a speed none of the girls could match.
You want whoever is coming to catch you on the ground?
He swung himself into his saddle and took a cloth-wrapped ball from the pocket of his open jacket. Just to vex him, Daja spun her staff lazily around in her hand until it rested on one of her shoulders. Only after she had carefully holstered the length of wood did she gracefully mount her horse. Over the nearest rise in the ground came Chime, the sun glinting in darts of light from her wings. Seeing them, she voiced her grating alarm screech and sped up. Shooting past Triss, she stopped herself by tangling her claws in the back of the redhead's tunic. Triss made not a sound, her eyes on the hill as Chime hid behind her. Like Triss, Sandry focused on the crest in the ground and the party of riders who surged over it. She was quick to note that their hunting clothes and horses' tack alike were edged in gold and silver embroidery, the work of countless hands. They were accompanied by guardsmen, businesslike warriors in leather jerkins sewn with metal plates, worn over full-sleeved red shirts and baggy pants. The guards wore round armor caps and held crossbows on their laps.
"Is this your witch thing, peasants?"
demanded a big, handsome young man as the hunting party came within shouting distance.
"It ruined our sport, drove off every grouse and wood pigeon for miles."
Daja asked her friends,
"Did he say peasants?"
Briar looked over his shoulder at her.
He definitely said peasants.
Someone needs spectacles.
Triss pushed her own spectacles higher on her nose. Sandry crossed mental fingers. For the first time since they had reunited, they sounded as they once had at Discipline Cottage. A woman rode forward, past the man who had shouted at them. 4 of the guards and another richly dressed man who glinted a magical silver trotted their horses to catch up with her. Briar whistled in soft admiration for the woman. Sandry couldn't blame him. The lady was a splendid creature who wore her russet hair curled, coiled, and pinned under a bronze velvet cap in an artless tumble. It framed an ivory-skinned face, large brown eyes, an intriguing mouth over a square and stubborn chin, and a small, slight slip of a nose. Her clothing hugged a very shapely figure. Eyeing the lady's bronze velvet, high-necked coat and wide breeches, Sandry felt a pinch in the place where she kept her pride in the clothes she made and wore.
Lark warned me I'd get a dreadful case of style envy at the Namornese court,
she told herself with the tiniest of sighs.
There's just something to this lady's garments that gives them the sauciest look. And what I wouldn't give for a nice, close look at those lapel and seam embroideries. I can see a few magical signs to ward off injury and enemies, but I think there are others. Ones I don't recognize.
Remembering her manners, Sandry met the lady's amused eyes once more. This time she realized there was something familiar about that beautiful face. Among her family heirlooms, Sandry had portraits, including those of her mother's parents. This woman looked very much like Sandry's grandmother. Belatedly, the young woman realized who she must be. Blushing deeply, Sandry dismounted to curtsy deeply to her cousin, Baronine Dor Ockmore, Empress of Namorn. Briar was next to dismount, followed by Triss and Daja. As Triss curtsied, Briar and Daja bowed, as befitted a young man in breeches and a trader in leggings. Baronine rode forward until her mount stood a yard from Sandry.
"Look at me, child,"
she said in a voice like warm music. Sandry obeyed. From the way the Empress's horse shifted, the woman was startled, though that beautiful face showed not one drop of surprise.
"Kunuk bless us,"
Baronine whispered, naming the West Namornese goddess of crops.
"Lady Sandraline Fatorin? You are the image of your mother."
Sandry would have argued her mother had not possessed a button of a nose, but arguing and empresses did not mix.
I'm honored, Your Imperial Majesty.
The Empress looked their company over. A slight crease appeared between her perfectly arched brows. The tucked corners of her mouth deepened.
"But where is your entourage? Your guardsmen, your ladies-in-waiting? Do not tell me you came all the way from Emelon with just these few persons."
She looked at Triss and Daja.
"Unless these young women are your ladies?"
Her tone made it clear she believed they were nothing of the sort.
"These are my foster sisters, Your Imperial Majesty,"
Sandry replied, still deep in her curtsy. Triss's was beginning to wobble.
And Briar is my foster brother. We traveled with 3rd Caravan Siralin.
The Empress cut her off.
Traitors? Where are they now?
We sent them ahead. We needed to rest, and they had a ship to catch.
The Empress leaned forward, resting her arm on her saddle horn.
All of you please rise before the red-headed foster sister falls over.
Triss blushed a deep plum color as she rose. Daja and Briar straightened.
You brought your foster family,
the Empress said, her brown eyes dancing.
What are their names, if you please?
Forgive me, Your Imperial Majesty,
replied Sandry, her voice even.
I'd bet every stitch I have on she already knows quite well who everyone is,
she thought.
Raviki,
Namornese for a young woman.
Tristana Chandler.
Triss curtsied again.
Raviki Daja Kasubo.
Daja bowed. Using the word for a young man, Sandry continued.
Ravatki Briar Moss.
Before they had entered Namorn, they had agreed that they were not going to claim the title of mage unless a crisis arose. By then they had all been thoroughly sick of explaining how they could be accredited mages at 18.
Welcome to my empire,
said Baronine with a gracious nod. To Sandry she added,
My dear, 2 sisters and a brother, however devoted, are not sufficient protection for a maiden of your wealth and position. Men of few principles might see your unguarded state as the chance to capture a wealthy young bride.
Sandry noticed Briar's tiny smirk and the sudden bored droop of Triss's eyes. Only Daja's face had the perfect, polite expression that told onlookers nothing of her true thoughts.
Daja and I should have spent the trip teaching them a diplomat's facial expressions as well as Namornese,
Sandry thought, vexed. It would be impossible not to guess that Briar and Triss thought they were a match for would-be kidnappers, something that would never cross the mind of an ordinary young man or woman.
Stop fussing,
Sandry ordered herself.
I know very well my cousin has had spies on me for years, and she is aware we're all mages.
Now that the Empress's riders had stopped chasing her, Chime decided it was safe to move. She wriggled out from under Triss's loose riding tunic and up to the redhead's shoulder. Instantly Baronine's companion, the one who was not in uniform, moved in front of the Empress, one hand up. The silver fire of magic flared from his palm to wrap around Baronine like a shimmering cocoon.
She's good,
Briar muttered to Daja out of the corner of his mouth.
I thought you said her boss mage was some old woman named Lady Hammer.
Do you see any old women riding with this crowd if they don't have to?
Chime ignored the magic. She rose to her hindquarters on Triss's shoulder, one paw clutching Triss's hair for balance, surveying the Namornese curiously.
Chime, you show off,
thought Sandry with affection.
That's Chime, Your Imperial Majesty,
she told Baronine.
She's a curiosity that Triss found in the far south.
Curious indeed,
said the mage who still guarded the Empress. His dark eyes had been amused when they first rode up, but they were steady and serious now.
It's not an illusion or an animated puppet. It looks like glass, or perhaps moving ice.
Triss,
Sandry said, a hint for the redhead to explain. Triss sighed.
She's mage-made. A new mage, one who started out as a glassblower, had an accident. It turned out to be Chime.
I don't believe the Imperial Glassmaker Vinane,
the Namornese word for a male mage,
Warder has ever made anything of the kind. If he could, he would have done so for me. My dear Canaille, if the creature had meant harm to us, surely it would have attacked by now. I can hardly see my cousin Sandraline, who has been gone for so long. My dear, allow me to present the great mage Canaille's shieldsman. Doubtless you have heard of him at Winding Circle.
Sandry nodded graciously to indicate that she had indeed heard the name, but the truth was that she remembered little else. Their teachers were forever talking about great mages, so the names did stick after a time. Apart from her own specialties, Sandry had very little interest in the practice of magic by the better-known professionals. She was far more curious about the latest fashions and weaving patterns by those who excelled in those fields. The mage Canaille shifted his mount so Berenine had a clear view of the four, but he remained on his guard. As he lowered his hand, his protective magic vanished into his body.
Now I'm really impressed,
Briar murmured to Daja.
I couldn't do it that fast.
You don't do shields at all.
But if I did, I wouldn't be that fast.
Sandry sighed.
It's a long story about Chime, Your Imperial Majesty,
she said, pretending she couldn't hear the soft dialogue to her left.
I am sorry that your hunting was interrupted.
At least I know you are here at last, and you are expected in Dancruin,
Berenine replied. Even while Canaille had rushed to protect her, she had not moved as she casually leaned on her saddle horn.
For weeks, Ambrose Fairlandrag has spoken of little but preparing the townhouse for you.
The caravan will let the Saghad know we are on our way. Thank you,
Sandry replied, using Ambrose's Namornese title. Berenine smiled.
You will need to rest, no doubt, after your long journey. You may call on me the day after tomorrow, shall we say at 10 in the Hall of Roses? It is more intimate than is the throne room. And of course your friends are invited to attend with you. In fact, I insist on it.
Her brown eyes caught and held Sandry's blue ones. She nodded, smiled, then turned her horse. Canaille and the guards followed her with the ease of a well-oiled clock. She slowed when they came abreast of the first of her companions, the handsome young man who had yelled at the four earlier, and extended her hand. Without hesitation, the man got his horse moving so that he could catch and kiss the hand, riding up on Berenine's free side. Once he was level with her, she leaned closer and caressed his cheek, then urged her horse into a gallop. Canaille and the man kept up with her as if they had read her mind, while the rest of her court and her guards spurred their own horses into motion. The group followed Berenine as if they were one creature at the end of her leash. Only after the hunting party had ridden out of view beyond the ridge did Briar say,
Did you notice that none of her friends so much as twitched when Chime came out? They were all boiling when they came chasing our glass friend over that ridge, but once her Empressness was talking to us, they sat there like so many well-trained dogs. They didn't even show Fang at Chime.
I hope you're more diplomatic than this when we get to court. Nobles dislike being compared to dogs.
Whether they dislike it or no, I'll name them for what they are, and I'll be ready for them. Don't you go letting the pretty clothes fool you, Daja. If you'd ever been hunted by a pack of nobles, you wouldn't be so nice about what you call them.
The reminder was like an itch Sandry couldn't scratch.
I'm getting so tired of this,
she thought.
More experiences you've had that you won't explain, Briar. Talk about something pleasant or don't talk.
She swung herself into her mare's saddle. Briar took a drink of water before he said thoughtfully,
There were some uncommonly pretty ladies with that pack. Her Imperialness not the least of them. I look forward to time spent in their company.
You're disgusting,
said Triss, beckoning to Chime. The dragon rubbed her head against Triss's and slid down to the girl's lap.
Can I help it? I like the ladies?
Briar demanded, needling her with innocence on his face.
There are so many delightful ones in the world, each beautiful in her own way. Even you, Copper Curls.
Briar!
I didn't mean that I'd gratify her with my attention. Kissing one of you would be like kissing Rosethorn.
Daja chuckled.
Kissing Rosethorn would be safer than kissing Triss. Mildly, anyway. Minutely.
Cursed right. I'm not kissing anyone. I'm going to Lightsbridge.
You won't be safe there,
replied Daja as she mounted her horse once more.
Frostpine and I went to the university after we left Namorn. I think kissing's all those students think about. Well, that, and drinking, and throwing up.
I'll bet the mage students don't drink that much,
Briar said as he swung back into his saddle.
Elsewise, Lightsbridge would probably be a smoking hole in the ground.
He shuddered along with the three girls. None of them had liked their first attempts at drinking, or cleaning up the wreckage of the abandoned barn they had chosen to do it in.
Well,
Sandry remarked as Triss mounted her horse,
we may not want to drink, but in just 12 more miles, we can unpack and laze in hot Namornese baths.
All of them groaned with longing as they took to the road once more. Daja had described the Namornese baths with such eloquence that, after weeks of travel, the four could hardly wait to give them a try. Sandry listened to them with the tiniest of smiles.
So who we were together before, it's not entirely gone. A common threat, and we're closer than ever. And we all want hot baths. It's a start.
Berenine, Empress of Namorn, allowed her maids to take away her hunting dress and let Rizu, her mistress of the wardrobe, replace it with clothes more suitable for afternoon wear. Once her hair was set in order again, she told Rizu and the maids to tidy up and left her bedchamber for her most private workroom. It was small compared with her other rooms, its walls lined with bookshelves and maps. The chairs, particularly her own, were designed for comfort. The desk met Berenine's exact requirements, its drawers and furnishings within her reach. Beside it was a window that looked out onto any part of the palace she wished it to, needing only the proper word to change what it showed her. At the moment it was filled with views of her favorite gardens. Berenine loved springtime. Winters in Dan Cruan, or anywhere else on the shores of the vast lake called the Sith, were long and iron-hard. She bore them with the help of her precious greenhouses, but she reveled in the arrival of spring and the wild growth outdoors. A leather folder sat on her desk. She sat in her cushioned chair and kissed the lock that kept its contents safe. The lock, like so many of the men at the court, responded eagerly to her lips. It popped open. Inside were sheets of parchment, condensed notes of reports that she had been assembling for more than 17 years. Its contents dealt with all things that touched on her young cousin Sandraline. The girl had been foremost in her mind since the mages of the Living Circle communications chain had sent word that she was on her way from Emelon. Now that Berenine had actual faces to put with the notes, the sketches and portraits her spies had made were well enough, but she trusted her own judgment most. She wanted to review the file one last time. She lifted a painting on vellum. It was a very good portrait of Sandry, all things considered.
She's added more curves since my agent in Emelon painted her. But the likeness is nearly perfect, right down to her posture and expression. I didn't really need Sandry's resemblance to her mother to tell me who she was.
Berenine skimmed the written notes until she reached the all-important summary.
The Lady Sandraline appeared to be a stitch witch on her arrival at Winding Circle Temple. Following the earthquake in which she and her friends were trapped, they linked their magics together somehow. All of their powers, including hers, increased by magnitudes. Since that time, she has woven magic like thread, created healing bandages and clothing that disguises the wearer, and turned her opponent's garments against their wearers. At 13, she was granted her mage's credential by the governing council at Winding Circle, an honor normally reserved for those at least 20 years of age or older. At 14, she took over the running of her paternal great-uncle Vedris of Emelon's household and lands. Vedris is known to respect her advice in matters such as trade, magecraft, and diplomacy. At present, she seems to be at odds with her winding circle friends. They do not appear to act in magical concert, as they did before the other three departed on journeys with their teachers. Should they reforge that old link, there is no way to estimate what works of magic they might create. Certainly they will be able to communicate over distance once again. The limit of that distance was once judged to be approximately a few hundred miles. Duke Vedris of Emelon will not be complacent if his great niece is forced to act against her will. There is open speculation in Emelon that he intends, as is his right under that country's laws of succession, to name Lady Sandraline as his heir over the sons of his own blood. It is believed that his older son, Gaspard, will acquiesce, though his younger son, Franzen, will not. There is no confirmation of these rumors. No changes of the Duke's will have been filed. If His Grace learned she had been imperiled in any way, he poses no military threat, but he is a major threat to southern trade. With his allies there, he could well cut off the trade in gems and spices. Her Imperial Majesty also has a number of bank accounts in Emelon that would be at risk. Lady Sandraline is an extraordinary girl. Although she possesses her mage's credential, she does not flaunt it. She is aware of her lineage and quick to assert the rights of her noble birth if she feels that she is not respected. The lady has a temper. She has engaged in flirtations in the last year, one with a temple novice, two with the sons of noble families in Emelon, but they have been flirtations only. The lady does not appear to be interested in marriage at present.
The Empress set the papers aside, tapping her chin with a perfectly manicured finger.
Why couldn't the richest heiress in all Namorn have been a noble little sheep?
She asked the empty air. She took up the next portrait, that of Briar Moss, as he called himself.
Ah, yes,
she thought, amused. She had seen the way his eyes lingered on her curves once he had relaxed a little.
The young gallant. More importantly to me, the green mage. He may be only 18, but he is definitely male, and I can handle men. And that shackhan on one of the pack horses, that must be the one the spies wrote about, the one he began with. What a beauty it is! If that's a sample of his art, then I must entice him into my service. A talented young man, coming from poverty as my reports say he does. I will pay him a fortune to tend my shackhans and oversee my other gardens. He'll wonder how he could ever have lived anywhere else by the time I've done with him.
She set aside the notes about Briar. She knew what she needed to do as far as he was concerned. The third portrait was of Daja Kisubo, the dark-skinned young woman who was clothed trader style.
Cast out from the traders, yet carrying a staff and dressing like one. And they've made her wealthy. Not all outcasts are so fortunate. I wonder if that metal piece on her hand hurts. I know she makes incredible things with the excess from it. A living metal leg, gloves that enable someone to handle fire without getting burned, a living metal tree that blooms copper roses.
She glanced at her notes.
Daja Kisubo has excellent connections in Namorn. She has close ties to House Bancanor in Kugisco, and thus to the Goldsmiths Guild and its network of banks throughout the Empire. From the work that she and her teacher did while in Kugisco, she has alliances with the Mages' Society of Kugisco and the present head of the Smiths Guild for all Namorn. Politically, at least, she is as powerful as Lady Sandraline in Namorn.
These mages,
sniffed Baronine as she set the notes aside.
Isn't it bad enough they support one another without meddling in non-mage politics? The allegiance of the Kisubo girl would gain me friends among the Smiths and the mages, which is always useful. The traders might not involve themselves in my politics on her behalf, but the living metal trade would come here. Then the taxes on the sales of those living metal toys would enter my coffers, not Vedris's. She was an outcast once. Outcasts always respond well to offers of position, if I can find no better inducement for our young smith.
The last portrait was that of the redhead, Tristana Chandler, the fourth member of Sandry's little family. Baronine drummed her fingers on her desk, frowning slightly. Tristana was the unknown quantity among Sandry's companions. Some of the stories about this girl that her spies had sent on were simply outlandish. Still, there was that glass dragon, made by an imperial subject and the nephew of the present imperial glassmaker. The boy had been promising before an accident on the shores of the Sith had nearly killed him. They had sent him away, believing he was useless to the family. Baronine remembered it well.
Then word came from so far south, it's barely on my maps that his skill is better than ever. He's making glass that lives, and this girl Tristana had something to do with it. A merchant's daughter, allied to my cousin and these other two, the student of the great mage Niclarin Goldeye. A loner. A puzzle.
The notes read,
What is provable about her is that she is a weather witch of some skill, can manipulate winds, and has been able to earn sums by calling rain, finding water for farmers and towns, and supplying winds to ships. She invests what she earns, has added to her savings, and is respected by her bankers in Emelon. Other tales are unconfirmed. Emelon. She destroyed an entire pirate fleet with lightning. Therios. She can scry the wind. Ninver Caption. She caused it to hail indoors, created windstorms in her parents' home, made her father sink into the ground when he punished her. Winding Circle Temple. She may have put a temporary halt to the change of tides.
Baronine smiled and closed the folder.
It must have embarrassed my agents so, to pass on such wild tales. But they did it, which is what they were ordered to do. I will make sure they are duly rewarded. Whatever else, the presence of a girl who can cause such rumors would give my enemies something to think about.
The Empress nodded. The notes had confirmed the conclusion she had already reached. Each of these 4 young people would be an asset to the Empire, and well worth any trouble it might take to convince them to stay.
My court and I will put out our best efforts,
Baronine told herself, closing the folder and locking it once more.
They'll be so enraptured with us and with Dankruin, they won't even remember there is an Emelon.
It's one thing to know Sandry is wealthy,
thought Daja when the gates opened and guards bowed them into the courtyard of the Landrag townhouse.
I'm wealthy, after all. So's Briar, for all he keeps it to himself. And it's even one thing to know Sandry's a noble, a Clayhame. I always thought I could handle it. Now, I'm not sure I can handle this.
This was the sprawling marble pile that was the Landrag home in the capital. 2/3 of it wasn't even in use at present. Sandry's mother's family, whose title passed to daughters and sons, had not lived there in years. Her cousin Ambrose's family seldom stayed there. This was also what looked to Daja like a small army of servants and men-at-arms, tricked out in matching liveries, lined up on the house's steps and in the courtyard. bowing or curtsying as Sandry walked past. This was gilding on the edges of the furniture inside, hardwood floors polished like glass, tapestries glinting with gold and silver thread, branches of candles hung with crystal drops. Even the rooms prepared for the other mages seemed like suites for royalty, with heavy brocade drapes and plush, intricate carpets. The baths assigned for the use of Sandry and her guests were luxurious works of porcelain, marble, and crystal. If Daja hadn't been so overwhelmed herself, the sight of Triss mincing her way through such elegance like an offended cat might have given her a bad case of the giggles. Triss had never liked a display of wealth, Daja remembered now. She approved of spending money only on books and the tools with which to work magic. That first evening at supper, watching Triss handle her gilded cutlery as if it were red hot, Briar said abruptly,
"Why'd you ask for a room all the way at the top of the house? Some poor girl has to go climbing up all those stairs to get you to come down and eat. If you were on the same floor as Sandry and Daja, or on the ground floor with me..."
Triss glared at him.
"I like it higher up if it's all the same,"
she said flatly. Then she changed the subject.
"Sandry, I thought your cousin, Lord Soghad, Ambrose, was going to be here to meet you, to start showing you around your holdings and so forth."
Sandry looked up from the note she was reading.
He was, but this says there was a minor emergency on the estate that he had to attend to. He says he'll be back soon, and apologizes that things aren't in better order. I have a reprieve from the account books.
Briar snorted.
What's his notion of better order? Perfection? This place is spotless.
He eyed his sorrel and spinach soup.
Now here's an odd combination of plants.
I warned you about Namorny's cooking. It takes getting used to, but I love it.
Anyway, didn't you tell the traders you actually drank tea with yak butter in Gyeongshi?
Asked Triss, trying the soup.
I wouldn't talk about odd food if I were you.
It was really cold, and the fat helped.
He tried the soup, frowned, and tried another spoonful. When the maid was finally able to take his bowl, it was empty. She leaned over a little farther than necessary to remove the spoon he had used, earning herself a grin and a wink from Briar.
"Don't you start,"
Sandry told him when the maid had left the room.
"I don't want you bothering the servants here."
"I already talked to the housekeeper."
"I don't bother them,"
Briar said lazily, his eyes glinting through his lashes.
"But if they appreciate my attention, I'm hardly going to hurt their feelings."
"Did you used to be this way?"
demanded Sandry, glaring at him.
"I don't remember you being this way."
"They say you travel to gain experience,"
Briar said, and yawned.
"That's what I did."
Daja was relieved when a footman brought in a plate of trout cooked in wine and began to serve it.
It feels so strange to be talking about experience, sex, with them,
she realized.
I don't see why Briar keeps plunging in. I tried the kissing and the petting that time in Ganzar and that other time in Andarin. It just felt awkward. That one boy smelled of sweat, and the other one had chapped lips. But Briar likes it. Lark and Rosethorn like it. Frostpine likes it. I wonder if Triss...
She sneaked a look at Triss. The redhead had a book in her lap and was reading it between bites.
Perhaps not with Triss. You'd have to get her attention first, and she'd probably hit you with a book.
She looked up and met Sandry's dancing blue eyes. Sandry had noticed that Triss was reading at the table, too. Daja grinned.
At least some things are still familiar. And at least Sandry is still Sandry, whether she lives in a marble pile or no.
They spent the next day apart, indulging in their own interests and business. While they had been able to get away from each other within the confines of the caravan, they had still been kept to the company of their fellow travelers. For Triss and Briar, accustomed to long hours of solitude, it had been something of a trial. Daja, used to working with those who shared her forge, and Sandry, surrounded by her uncle's staff and household, still welcomed the chance to brace themselves for their presentation at court. All of them explored the open parts of the rambling house, its gardens, and some of the high street shops that lay beyond its gates. Briar went as far up the hill as the beginning of the palace walls before he ambled back to Landrag House in time for lunch. In the breezes that flicked over the Landrag walls, Triss caught a glimpse of him as he inspected both the vines adorning the walls of some of the other noble townhouses and the faces and figures of the women he passed. Triss frowned and closed her eyes until that puff of air had blown past her. She had requested an upper room of the house to get glimpses of the city, maybe even of activity on the Sith, not of Briar doing the things that Briar normally did these days.
And that goes double for him smuggling a girl into his room last night,
she told Chime, who sat on the balcony rail beside Triss, grooming a rear paw with her tongue.
Do you know what the housekeeper told me? She said her girls are careful about baby-making, and none of them are fool enough to fall in love with a mage. I hope she's still so even-minded about it by the time we leave.
Chime looked up at Triss, making an anxious clink. Triss sighed.
Oh, I know he plays fair, and doesn't promise anything he doesn't mean. Rosethorn would have made sure of that. I just wish it was more to him than just play. It ought to mean more, don't you think?
When Chime did not answer, Triss looked at her and smiled reluctantly.
You haven't the least idea of what I mean, have you? And silly me for asking you such questions.
She picked up Chime and turned to stare into the wind from the Sith again. The Empress and her court were out riding on a beach to the northwest. The wind carried her images of Berenine's unforgettable, laughing face and those of her courtiers, Canaille the mage, the angry huntsman of a day ago, a buxom young woman with glossy brown ringlets, a blond man with eyes like turquoises, and other men and women in their 20s and early 30s, attractive and vivacious. They rode well, managing their horses in hard sand and soft, laughing silently and chattering. Any shreds of talk came too far behind the images for Triss to bother with.
They're as pretty as a flower bed,
she thought, running her fingers over Chime's wings.
I don't belong with people like that. I don't belong in a house like this. How can I do any good for his grace here? I'm just a merchant's daughter, in clothes my rich friend made for me. I doubt it will come to lightning and cyclones with this crowd. More like powder puffs at 50 paces. What possible danger can they offer that I could protect her from?
She turned abruptly and took Chime inside. Sometime after midnight, Briar roused to the sound of horses arriving in the courtyard behind the stable. Curious and hungry, he pulled breeches on over his nightshirt and went to the kitchen. Sure enough, the cook Wenera was there, a robe over her own nightdress, setting a teapot to boil. She was on good terms with Briar already. He always made an effort to get to know the cook. Without hesitation, she ordered him to put out glasses and saucers, since he knew where they were, and take down 3 plates from a cupboard. Briar obeyed as she bustled around the huge kitchen, producing a slab of cheese, a pot of preserves, a loaf of dark bread, and a ham. As Wenera sliced the ham, a footman opened a rear door, letting in a disheveled man. Briar moved back into the shadows for a quiet look as the footman helped the new arrival to remove his gloves and mud-splashed hat. He had already removed his boots and outer coat in the mud room.
Fellow must have ridden here in a hurry to get mud on his hat.
There to see the Empress in the morning, Saghad,
the first footman said.
That's to be expected,
replied the new man in a quiet, precise voice.
Though you'd think she'd be allowed a week or so to rest before the court nonsense begins.
The cook, now slicing bread, looked at Briar in the shadows, then shrugged. She wasn't about to say there was a stranger present. The newcomer worked kinks out of his neck. He wore a blue indoor coat and tan pants, crushed from time in the saddle. Broad-shouldered and wiry, he was about 3 inches taller than Briar. Like Triss, he wore brass-rimmed spectacles, and his eyes were bright blue behind them. His heavy gold hair was cropped just below his ears. It framed a fair-skinned face, mildly scarred from some childhood pox, with a long, straight mouth and a long, straight nose. He had Sandry's eyes and determined chin.
Winera, you're a lifesaver,
he told the cook as she set food on the long kitchen table.
I didn't stop for supper.
I'll heat a soup if you like, Saghad Ambrose,
she replied, glancing again at Briar. Briar took the hint.
Saghad Ambrose, hello,
he said, stepping out into the light to greet Sandry's cousin.
I'm Briar Moss. I think Clayhame Sandraline told you she would bring friends?
As the older man struggled to rise, Briar grinned.
Please don't stand. I'm not the kind of person people get up for, and I'd never put myself between a man and his supper.
Ambrose looked quizzically at Briar.
I hear you've caused people to stand quite precipitously, Vinane Moss. But I appreciate the permission. My legs still feel as if I'm in the saddle.
You've heard of me?
Briar asked, settling on the bench across the table from Ambrose.
I'm sure it was most of it lies. I'm a reformed character these days.
Ambrose chewed and swallowed his mouthful before he said,
My cousin only wrote me that you are a very fine plant mage, and her foster brother. Are you a reformed plant mage, or a reformed foster brother?
Briar was about to straighten him out when he glimpsed the wry glint in Ambrose's eyes.
Well, well, a bag with a sense of humor,
he thought, using his old street slang term for a rich person.
Reformed from everything,
he said, as straight-faced as Ambrose. The cook snorted.
I am,
insisted Briar in his most earnest tone of voice.
My approach to the ladies is strictly worshipful. I celebrate our mutual devotion to Kunak. It's a great deal of work, but I don't begrudge it in the least.
Well, if you fertilize any of the fields you till, I hope you will fertilize the mothers' purses as well. A man should take responsibility for what he sows.
Responsibility is my middle name. Droughtwort is my other middle name.
The droughtwort herb rendered any man who ate it sterile for days. Briar was determined not to sire any children who might be left parentless if something happened to their mothers. Ambrose raised pale brows at Briar.
So thoughtful. How old are you?
We think 18,
Sandry announced from the doorway.
Even Briar isn't sure. Cousin, I didn't expect you to come tonight, or I would have stayed up to greet you.
She came forward with her hands outstretched, her robe and nightdress billowing around her slender form. Ambrose almost toppled his bench as he scrambled to his feet.
Clayhame Sandraline,
he said as he took her hands in his. Bowing, he touched her fingertips to his forehead.
Don't be silly, cousin,
Sandry said, kissing both of his cheeks as he straightened.
With all you have done for me over the years, it's I who should be touching your fingertips.
The honor is mine,
Ambrose said, kissing her cheeks in return.
I have the correct frame of mind for the work, and your people are not shirkers.
Briar filched a slice of bread and began to eat it in bits, watching as Sandry coaxed her formal cousin back to his place and his meal.
How did she know he'd come here? Her rooms are on the other side of the house. She was yawning when she went to bed.
He rubbed his eyes as if he were sleepy, when in fact he was adjusting his mind for the trick of seeing finer magics. He could not avoid seeing plain workings, like the kitchen spells to preserve foods and spices and discourage fire. Those were common to any house that could afford them. It took discipline, practice, and skill to view the more subtle handling of magic that he and his sisters had learned in recent years. Once he thought he had the trick of it, he looked at Sandry. For a moment he saw it, a spider-thin web of silver that spread around her body, vanishing into the walls, ceiling, and floor all around her. A blink, and the web vision was gone. Briar arched his eyebrows.
You've been lazy,
he scolded himself, taking some cheese.
Time was you could do that and have it last. You'd better practice, my lad. Maybe you've been chasing girls and letting your skills go, but with an Empress and her great mages to watch, you'd best brush up fast.
It was funny, but the teacher voice in his head always managed to sound like Rosethorn. Briar leaned back, eating his cheese.
Sandry's not snoozing at the reins,
he thought, listening as Sandry and Ambrose went through the polite dance of a first noble meeting, as if they weren't wearing bedclothes and rumpled garments.
She's thrown a web throughout the house, with her at the middle. If anyone who touches it doesn't belong, she'll know.
Without interrupting Ambrose and Sandry, Briar got to his feet and returned to his room. How long had it been since he'd meditated? He was going to start tonight. Sandry noticed that Ambrose's eyes followed Briar when he left. When Ambrose looked at her again, she said,
I saw you'd introduced yourselves.
He's very handsome,
Ambrose replied, his eyes guarded. Sandry giggled.
I'm sorry, cousin, but if you knew how ridiculous that is. You're not alone, of course. People have said it about Briar and all of us girls at one time or another. But believe me, nothing could be further from the truth. It really would be like courting a brother or a sister.
Ambrose smiled crookedly.
Forgive me for falling into common error, then. But you should brace yourself, because you will certainly hear it enough at court.
Sandry shrugged.
The court may gossip as it likes,
she said, propping her chin on her hands.
It's of no consequence to me. If I meant to stay, I would take an interest. But I don't.
That made her cousin sit back and frown at her.
You don't mean to stay?
I told you in my last letter that I would be going home in the fall. You did get my letter.
Ambrose rested his knife and fork on his now empty plate and sipped his glass of tea.
Yes, but...
Sandry waited. He seemed just like his letters, dry and fussy, methodical and precise. She knew he never made overblown promises about the wealth from a harvest or a new mine. If anything, he would tell her to expect less than the funds that usually arrived. If something concerned him, she was prepared to pay attention. Finally, he said,
The Empress believes you will change your mind. She is certain of it.
Sandry smiled.
Is that all?
She thought.
I'll explain,
she promised, patting her new-met cousin's hand.
I hardly ever say things I don't mean. Once she gets to know me, she'll understand that.
Would staying here be so bad? You have hard-working tenants who would adore you, and lands that require the touch of their rightful mistress. True, we have some malcontents, but they are everywhere. We could easily double our mule breeding if you were to grant us the monies to do so, and grain dealers need a hand on the rein. I caught Holab trying to short-weight us on barley twice last year. If you don't watch them every second—"
He caught himself and smiled.
"I'm sorry. My wife says I will talk estate affairs until people's ears fall off if I'm not stopped."
But why should I take your place, when you know and love the Holdings so much? You know every inch of the ground, and my mother hardly ever even visited. You know those people by name, and you look after them. My Uncle Vedris needs me. What will I have to do here? Be a butterfly while you continue to do all the work?
You will have a husband to take care of such things. The Empress wishes you to be an ornament of the court. No doubt you'll be given a place there, mistress of the imperial purse, or chief lady-in-waiting.
With maids who are far better informed than I am about palace ways to do things. I will be bored silly. And you know the saying, a bored mage is trouble waiting to unfold. As for marriage, the man I marry would have to be very unusual, cousin. I doubt I will meet him at court.
Ambrose sighed, then covered a yawn.
"Forgive me."
Sandry got to her feet. Ambrose did the same.
Forgive me for keeping you from your bed when you're obviously worn out. Don't let me keep you up a moment longer. Will you be coming to the palace with us tomorrow?
The older man smiled thinly.
Her Imperial Majesty does not invite me to intimate court occasions. She once informed my wife that I was as dry as a stick, and not nearly so interesting.
Then she doesn't know you at all,
Sandry replied firmly. She dipped a polite curtsy.
Good night, cousin.
Ambrose put a hand on her shoulder.
Clayhame.
Sandry. Just Sandry. Lady Sandry if we're in public, I suppose. But Sandry the rest of the time.
Sandry,
Ambrose said, his eyes direct.
The Empress can be quite determined.
Sandry smiled brightly at him.
She seems very reasonable. I'm certain that, when the time comes, I won't have to insist.
Five. The 29th day of Goose Moon, 1043 KF, the Hall of Roses, the Imperial Palace, Dancruan, Namorn. The next morning, Daja watched her friends as the four of them waited in an outer chamber to be announced to the Empress. Sandry busied herself with a last inspection of their clothes, tugging a fold here, smoothing a pleat there, simply fussing because the clothes adjusted themselves. When she reached for Briar's round tunic collar, he thrust her hands away.
Enough. We look fine. Besides, she already saw us in our travel clothes. This fancy dress ought to be good enough.
Things are different here. Did you see the way that footman looked down his nose at us? We're not at all fashionable here, and appearances matter more. I don't want these popinjays sneering at us.
Well, things may be different, but we're the same,
retorted Briar, preening in front of a mirror set there for just that purpose.
We're still mages, and the only folk that should concern us are mages.
Daja had to admit he looked quite trim in his pale green tunic and trousers. Even the moving flower and vine tattoos on his hands seemed to want to match his clothes. Their leaves were the pale green of spring, the tiny blossoms white and yellow and pink, with only the occasional blue rose or black creeper. Still, he needed to remember that not everyone would agree with him. In trader talk, she told Briar,
Don't talk nonsense. These people matter to Sandry, so they should matter to you.
Briar glared at her. When Daja returned his gaze with her own calm one, he rolled his eyes and shook his head.
They're only mattering to me for the summer, and then I'll have nothing more to do with them,
he replied, also in trader talk.
I've had my fill of nobles.
Unless they want to buy something from you,
murmured Triss in trader talk. Briar grinned like a wolf, showing all his teeth.
Unless they want to buy. Then they're my new, temporary best friends.
The gilded doors to the Hall of Roses swept open, propelled by the footman who had guided them to the waiting room. He bowed low to Sandry and indicated they could enter the room beyond. Sandry gave him her brightest smile and swept by him, a confection of airy pink and white clothes and silver embroidery. Briar followed Sandry. Triss, respectable in a sleeveless peacock blue gown over a white undergown with full sleeves and tight cuffs, pressed a coin into the footman's hand as she passed him, accepting his murmured blessing with a nod. She had spent long hours on the road with Daja discussing the proper amounts for tips in Namorn. Daja, dressed in trader style in a coppery brown tunic and leggings, carrying her staff, accompanied Triss into the larger hall.
Clayheim Sandralin Fatoren,
announced a herald.
Vinain Briar Moss, Vimeses Daja Kisubo, and Trissana Chandler.
Daja, Briar, and Triss exchanged a quick grimace. Someone at court had decided to ignore the plainer titles of Ravotki and Raviki they had used when they first met the Empress, and openly address them as mages. Reluctantly, Daja reached inside her tunic and fished out the snake-like living metal string on which she kept her mage's medallion. Briar took out his, dangling from a green silk cord, and Triss hers, hung on black silk. Quickly, as they approached the Empress, they arranged the medallions properly on their chests. Daja knew that Sandry wouldn't bother. Sandry understood that showing her medallion would not change how anyone saw her. Producing their medallions had an instant effect on Sandry's companions, however. Daja felt her back straighten. She saw it happen with Briar and Triss, too.
We are 18, after all. We're allowed to wear the medallions in public. And maybe having them in the open is actually helpful. We're not Sandry's low-born foster family, or that's not the most important thing about us. We are accredited mages from Winding Circle, which doesn't grant the medallion to just anybody. We have reputations. We are people to be reckoned with.
As they walked toward Baronine, Daja saw that the sight of medallions on the chests of Sandry's companions also had an effect on some of the other mages who were present. They were obviously not happy to see young people wearing that credential. Even Canaille, the great mage who stood close to the Empress, smiled crookedly as he bowed in greeting.
We earned it fairly and properly,
thought Daja with a smile that gave away nothing of what went on behind her eyes.
And if you don't play nicely with us, we'll even show you how.
To make herself forget jealous mages, she surveyed the room as if she would have to describe it in an exercise for one of her former teachers. Roses figured on wall hangings, damask chair cushions, and on the silk drapes framing long glass windows that also served as doors to the outside. Large Yanjing enameled vases filled with fresh-cut blossoms stood everywhere, so the room was filled with their scent. Like exotic flowers themselves, the elegant courtiers sat or stood in small groups, talking quietly as they watched the newcomers. Daja couldn't help but notice that a number of them were attractive men in their 20s and 30s. While the women were also attractive, they fit more of a range of ages, from some in their 20s to one in her 60s who stood just behind the Empress herself. The guards along the wall were also good-looking young men, with the hard look of professional soldiers. The traders had said gossip claimed the guard was the source of those of the Empress's lovers who were not noblemen. Daja also saw that everyone, however intense their private conversations, kept one eye on Berenine. The Empress had made herself the focus of the room. She draped herself elegantly, supporting her upper body so that it curved like a swan's neck, drawing the eye from her shoulders to her tiny waist. Today she wore a dusty rose-colored open robe over a cream undergown. A veil of sheer, cream-tinted silk caressed her coiled and pinned hair. Dangling locks hung down around her face, hinting that she may have just come from bed.
The air is saturated with longing here,
thought Daja, watching the glances of the men, the Empress's smiles, and the movement of the noblewomen's hands.
It's not just the men. The women want to be her, or have her power over men. It's all for Berenine, and she wills it to be that way.
They came to a halt before the sofa. Sandry sank into a full curtsy. Triss, with a few wobbles, followed suit. Briar and Daja bowed as deeply as they had when they first met Berenine, in respect for her power and her position.
"Oh, please, let's have none of that formal business here,"
said the Empress gaily.
"Sandraline, you look simply lovely. May I steal your seamstress?"
Offered the Empress's hand, Sandry took it with an impish smile.
I am my own seamstress, Imperial Majesty,
she said, her blue eyes dancing.
Otherwise I just fuss over other people's work and redo their seams. So much better doing it myself and having it done right.
Daja heard the quiet murmur behind them. Sandry heard it as well, because she went on to say, her voice slightly raised.
I am a stitch witch, after all.
The reports of your skills hardly describe a humble stitch witch.
The 60-year-old woman who stood behind the Empress wore a medallion of her own. Daja and the others didn't need it to mark the woman out as a mage. Power blazed from her in their magical vision, power as great as that shown by any of their main teachers at Winding Circle. Despite her power as a mage and her obvious position of trust, she was dressed simply in a white undergown and a black sleeveless overgown. Apart from jet earrings and her medallion, her only ornaments were the black embroideries on the white linen of her gown.
"Vimese Ishabal, forgive me,"
said Berenine, though her eyes were on the four, watching their reactions.
"Cousin, Vimeses, Vinane, may I present to you the chief of my court mages, Vimese Ishabal Ladyhammer. Ishabal, my dear, my cousin, Clayhame Sandraline Fatoran and her foster family, Vimese Daja Kisubo of Kugiskin fame."
Daja looked down, embarrassed. She had done a few very noisy, messy things in Kugisko. Berenine's chief mage would surely know exactly what they had been and how foolishly Daja had behaved for things to get so messy. Berenine continued,
"Vimese Trissana Chandler."
Triss bobbed another curtsy without taking her eyes from Ishabal. The Empress smiled and added,
"And Vinane Briar Moss."
Her eyes caressed Briar as he bowed. For a moment Daja considered sending the thought,
"Now he's going to be insufferable for weeks,"
to the other two girls, but she stopped herself.
"If I start, they'll want to stay in contact all the time until they stop wanting to, and they shut me out. No contact is better."
It's an honor to meet you, Vimese Ladyhammer,
replied Sandry with courtesy.
Your fame extends well beyond Emelon. I remember Mother talking about you.
I told her not to go snooping in my workroom. Your mother was always one to learn the hard way.
Ishabal Ladyhammer was silver-haired, with deep-set dark eyes and a straight nose. Her mouth was elegantly curved and unpainted. In fact, she wore no makeup at all, unlike other women at court.
Your fame, too, has come to us,
she said, looking at each of the four.
It will be interesting to speak with you. I know of no other mages who received their credential so young.
It was as much to keep a leash on us as to say we could practice magic, we may say. We're just kids still, at heart.
That would be frightening,
Ishabal replied, her voice and eyes calm.
A kid, such as you claim to be, would not have been able to destroy the home of a noble Timuran family in the course of a few hours' time, and without wrecking the city around it.
Briar shrugged.
I had help, and the place was old.
Are you all so modest?
Daja had watched the Empress as the others had spoken. Those large brown eyes were busy, checking each face for a reaction.
I bet she doesn't miss much. No more than I would in her shoes.
To be a woman on the throne of the largest empire north of the Pebbled Sea and east of Yanjing was no easy task. Keeping control over famously hot-headed nobles seemed too much like work to Daja. Namornese nobles were notorious for their love of fighting, if not for the empire, then among themselves. Since taking the throne at the age of 16, Baranine had kept her nobles busy with wars and grand progresses of the empire that wrung out the purses of her subjects. Now that the empire was stalled at the Yanjing Empire's Sea of Grass in the east and the Endless Sea in the west, Baranine was probably worried about how else to keep her people occupied.
Send them to the new lands across the Endless,
Daja thought with a mental shrug.
That ought to keep them busy. Let them conquer the savages over there, if they can. The explorers who report to Winding Circle have said the native peoples in the new places have their own powerful magics, rooted in their soil. Let the Namornese try to beat them, if they need something to do.
While Daja had mused, Sandry had been explaining that the four of them weren't modest, just aware of how little they actually knew.
Having a credential just means you realize how much you have yet to learn. Really, the Initiate Council at Winding Circle gave us the medallion as much to make sure we would have to answer to them as to acknowledge we had achieved a certain amount of control over our power.
Daja's attention was caught by movement at a side door. A woman in her early 20s entered the room, bearing a large, silk-wrapped package that shimmered with magical silver cobwebs. The woman's green silk overdress and amber linen underdress were stitched to outline the ripe curves of her body. Her mouth was as richly full as her figure, her dark eyes large and long-lashed. She wore her curling brown hair loose around her shoulders, covering it with an amber gauze veil held in place with jeweled pins. When she saw that Daja was looking at her, she smiled. Her eyes were filled with so much merriment that Daja simply had to smile back.
Who is she? She has to be the most beautiful woman of the Empress's court.
Ah, Rizuka,
said the Empress, smiling brightly at the new arrival.
Is that the Yanjing Emperor's gift?
The woman came over to the sofa and curtsied elegantly, despite the package in her arms.
Imperial Majesty, it is,
Rizuka answered. Her voice was light and musical.
Forgive me for taking so long to bring it, but I knew you would not need me earlier, and I had the mending to finish.
The Empress laughed.
You know me too well, my dear. Clayhame Sandraline Fatoran, Vimeses Daja Kisubo and Trisana Chandler, Vinane Briar Moss. Allow me to present my wardrobe mistress, Bidisa Rizuka Fadalak. Not only does Rizu ensure that my attendants and I do not go clothed in rags, but she oversees the liveries for all the palace staff.
Rizu curtsied as the four returned her greeting.
Bidisa,
thought Sandry.
Baroness in Emelon.
Sandraline, my dear, I asked Rizu to bring this for your inspection. I received this gift from the Emperor of Yanjing, and I am simply at a loss. Of course, I must send him a gift of like value, but, to be frank, none of us have seen cloth of this sort before. I would hope you might give us your expert opinion.
I'd be happy to, cousin. Though, how unusual can it be that you haven't seen it before?
Cradling the package on one arm, Rizu undid the silk tie that closed it and pushed the wrapper back. It revealed a bolt of cloth that reflected light in an array of colors from red-violet to crimson. Daja, Triss, and Briar also drew closer to look.
They're impressed. So they should be. Those threads are one color of silk wrapped around another, leaving bits of the original color to peek through. And those threads are twined. 2 shades of violet so close together that you can't call them by different names, but they still add 2 colors to the weave. While the embroideries, Mila bless me, but they look like they were done by ants, they're so small.
She held out her hand to touch the cloth and stopped, her palm an inch away from it. Her instinct shrieked for her to keep the silk away from her skin. Reaching through a side slit in her outer robe into one of her pockets, she found the dirty mineral and root-laced lump of crystal that was her nightlight. Despite the materials trapped inside it, the crystal gave off a clear, steady light that made it easier to see the individual twists and turns of thread in the cloth.
3 layers,
she thought, viewing the material closely.
The bottom layer, crimson silk wrapped in blood-red silk. The outer layer is the 2 violet threads twined together. There's a cloth of gold thread in the outer layer, too. It shapes half the embroideries. But the second layer, that's the odd one. The smaller embroideries are tucked in there, out of sight, and the cloth doesn't want me to look at them. As if I could be stopped.
Sandry pulled a thread of her power from her inner magical core and used it to draw a circle with the index finger of her free hand just over the cloth's surface. Then she smoothed the fire until it was a round disk. She released that into the cloth. Invisible tiny pincers like beetle claws sank into her magic. Immediately she yanked free and retrieved her power.
That's so shocking,
she thought, distressed and angry, seeing the full shape of what had been done in this cloth.
All that careful stitchery done on this, embedding the signs and making them inert. They won't even start to work until the person who wears this cloth scratches or cuts herself. Then the signs come alive, to release a speck of rot here and there, until her blood's poisoned. It must have taken his mages months to do it, not to mention the time spent on just the right threads and embroideries to hold the spell. I hear there's been famine in Yanjing, and he's got his people wasting time and money on this? What kind of an emperor lets his people suffer while he sends something like this to Dan Kruen?
She looked up and met her cousin's brown eyes. They flickered with mirth.
Ah,
thought Sandry, returning her crystal to its pocket as she straightened.
My cousin Barony knows it's dangerous, and she's testing me. Probably Vimese Ladyhammer already told her about the magic on the cloth. That's why Baronine's Lady Rizu left the wrapping on it, and why she doesn't let the silk touch her anywhere.
What do you think, cousin? It's so lovely I don't want to fritter it away. I should use it for something special, but I can't think of what.
2 tests. The first to see if I would find the magic. The second to see how clever I am politically. If I tell her to send it back, she knows I'm silly enough not to know, or care, that I'd be insulting the Emperor of Yanjing, who's her most powerful neighbor, and sometimes enemy. The same thing is true if I tell her to destroy it, or lock it away. Besides, some poor servant might want to look at the pretty thing, and end up dying from mere curiosity. What does she think I do for Uncle? Write up his party invitations?
Sandry thought fast as she tied the wrapping closed around the deadly cloth once more.
Imperial Majesty, this is too splendid a gift to waste on anyone who can't appreciate the craft that went into it,
she said at last. She smiled at Rizu before she looked at Berenine again.
We Westerners lack the subtlety to appreciate the artistry in this. But do you know, I am virtually certain the Yanjing ambassador is someone of culture and wit. And it's a he?
Rizu and Ishabal both nodded.
I'll bet the ambassador misses Yanjing. A noble from their realm. Well, he's probably the best person in Namorn to appreciate this cloth. I am certain he would be deeply grateful if your Imperial Majesty would grant him this piece of his homeland as a sign of affection.
Sandry didn't have her old connection to her friends, but she didn't need it to feel them relax around her. They too had sensed that something about the cloth was very wrong. Berenine laughed and clapped her hands as Ishabal nodded to Sandry.
Wonderful, cousin! You have solved our dilemma most delightfully. Rizu, see it done right away.
As Rizu left them with the cloth, the Empress told a young man who hovered nearby,
Jack, you silly boy, stop pretending you aren't interested. Clayhame Sandraline Fatorin, may I present Sagha Jakuben Verpennen? Jack is one of my dearest young friends. He's also your neighbor, near your estates outside the town of Kilcoyne.
Sandry knew she had passed the test. She smiled and extended her hand to a very attractive young man. Big, broad-shouldered, with crow's wing black hair and bright chestnut eyes, he was delightfully handsome, with an infectious smile. He kissed her fingertips.
Hello, fair neighbor,
he said in an engaging, boyish voice.
If you ever wish to borrow a cup of honey, I will be glad to oblige, though a creature as sweet as you will probably never run out.
I know what that is,
Sandry retorted, having heard variations on this theme since she had moved into her Uncle Vedrus's home.
That's flattery. Don't do it again, please.
Jack pouted and looked at the Empress.
Great lady, you said I did flattery well.
You did before today,
Berenine told him with a cat-like smile.
I fear our cousin has bowled you over and made you clumsy.
But I can't admit to it. She'll just say I'm flattering again.
Sandry giggled and retrieved her hand since Jack had yet to let go of it.
Don't admit to it. You've almost returned to my good graces.
As if responding to an invisible signal, others moved in to be introduced, including more handsome young men who had paid attention to Jack's greeting and avoided his mistake. Everyone also greeted Daja, Briar, and Triss. Berenine watched them all with the amusement of an aunt supervising beloved nieces and nephews. When the noblemen began to argue over who would bring Sandry tea and who could fetch her a plate of delicacies to nibble on, Sandry curled her lips in a wry smile.
If only Uncle could see me now. Not that he'd have much use for these pretty courtiers. When Uncle sees a strong young man idling about, he puts him to work. And only think, a week ago I was riding in the mountains, wishing I could sew my sister's and brother's mouth shut to stop them from arguing.
As Jack brought her tea, Berenine ordered Canaille to fetch Sandry a chair. Once Sandry took her seat with a word of thanks, Finlock Fairhurick offered her a plate of tiny dumplings, fresh strawberries, and marzipan roses. Red-headed, with a handsome face composed entirely of carved angles, he rivaled Jack for looks. As he and Jack hovered around Sandry, she noticed that they glanced frequently toward Berenine. She was about to demand that they decide who they wanted to talk to when she saw the mage Ishabal and another older woman whispering together and looking in her direction. It hit her like fireworks.
These are my cousin's choices. She's picked Jack and Finlock as the ones she wants to court and marry the heiress if they can. Uncle warned me she'd try this. If I wed a Namornese nobleman, I stop taking my income to Emelon. My wealth stays here.
Sandry veiled her eyes with her lashes as she bit into an early strawberry.
So the summer's game of Snare the Heiress begins. It will be interesting to see how they try to do it, especially now that they know I don't care for flattery.
She sighed.
I hope they're entertaining at least. Otherwise, I'm going to be very bored until it's time to go home.
After an hour of further mingling, Berenine proclaimed it was too fine a day to spend indoors. She invited her court and her guests outside to view her gardens. Immediately Rizu went to a pair of doubled glass doors that opened onto a marble terrace. When she struggled with the latch, Daja went to help her. Rizu smiled at her through the curls that had escaped her veil.
These old things are always stiff this early in the year. I told the servants to oil them yesterday, but it was a bit cold last night.
Daja reached into the latch with her power and warmed the oil in its parts. The latch turned. The doors swung outward.
You just have to know how to talk to locks.
So I see,
the young woman replied and laughed.
Obviously, I need to learn a new language. My goodness.
She looked at Daja's brass-wrapped hand.
Is that jewelry?
Not exactly.
She offered the hand for Rizu's inspection and turned it over so the other woman could see the brass on her palm. As Rizu inspected her hand, Daja felt warmth start under her skin where Rizu touched her. It fizzed up into her arm, making Daja feel both awed and pleased at the same time.
Does it hurt?
Asked Rizu, awed, when she saw the metal was sealed to Daja's flesh. Daja shook her head.
It's part of me, and it's a long story.
I'd love to hear it,
said Rizu, walking onto the terrace.
If you don't mind telling it?
Daja smiled and tucked her hands in her tunic pockets, falling in step with Rizu as the nobles surged out into the morning sun.
Well, if you insist.
Triss drew back as the courtiers streamed outside.
Let them go walk and flirt and gossip about people I don't know,
she thought, meaning the nobles, not her friends.
If I wanted to be bored, I'd have tried embroidery.
She smiled.
And Sandry would scold me for saying it's boring.
The truth was that the breezes surrounding the palace at ground level drowned her in images and voices trapped in its air currents and drafts. They were the gleanings from the hundreds of people who walked and worked on the grounds. Triss could block out most of the voices, but it was harder to keep bits and pieces of pictures from assaulting her eyes. And Sandry had forbidden her to wear her colored lenses on the day she was to be officially presented at court.
I need spectacles that block the images without looking odd. Or I need to tell Sandry that I don't care how strange I look. Or there are advantages to staying indoors. This is a new place. Better still, this is a new wealthy household, which means more books. I doubt the Empress will even notice I'm gone. She's so busy watching Sandry, I'll bet she has eyes for little else. I wonder where her Imperialness keeps her library.
Briar drifted through the crowd of nobles, getting to know who was who, particularly among the women. He didn't go all out with any one female, not today.
You've got all summer to spend in this human garden,
he told himself when the urge to single out a particular beauty caught him up.
And some of these flowers are well worth the effort to cultivate. You don't want to race around clipping them like a greedy robber.
A few male mages drifted his way to get acquainted. They accompanied their greetings with a subtle pressure to see if Briar was weak or unprepared, a magical touch like a too strong handshake. It was a popular game with insecure mages, particularly men, and Briar withstood it without pressing back. He ended the conversation and moved away from the pressure as soon as was polite.
Why do they waste their time like this?
Briar wondered for perhaps the 1000th time since he had begun his mage studies.
They aren't competing with me, or me with them, so why bother? None of my teachers ever tried that nonsense. Stop that,
he finally told the last mage crossly.
I'm not going to yelp like a puppy, and I'm not knocking you over either. Stop wasting my time and yours. Grow up.
Canaille was within earshot. He came over, waving off the man who had begun to turn red over Briar's remarks.
You'd better hope Her Imperial Majesty doesn't catch you at such tricks with her guests, particularly not with a garden mage,
he advised the nobleman. As the older mage left, Canaille smiled quizzically down at Briar. He was a hand taller, the tallest man at court.
You think it's a waste of time? Not a way to gauge the potential threat of a stranger?
Briar dug his hands into his trouser pockets.
Why? I'd be an awful bleat brain to try anything here, where even the pathways are shaped for protection.
You don't want others to respect you?
Asked Canaille. He had the look in his eye of a man who has stumbled across some strange new breed of animal.
What do I care if they respect me or no? If I want them to learn that, I won't use a silly game to teach it. I save my power for business.
Well, my business is the protection of Her Imperial Majesty.
And mine isn't anything that might mean her harm. You obviously know that already. I'm a nice, safe little green mage, all bestrewn with flowers and weeds and things.
Canaille covered the beginnings of a smile with his hand. When he lowered it, his mouth under control again, he said,
Little plant-strewn green mages aren't safe, not when they wear a medallion at 18. I was considered a prodigy, and I was 21 when I got mine.
Briar shrugged.
That's hardly my fault. Maybe your teachers held off because they were worried about you respecting them, and maybe mine already knew I respected them for anything that truly mattered.
Canaille began to chuckle. Once he caught his breath, he told Briar,
All right, I give up. You win. Such tests of power are pointless in the real world. But if you think any of these wolves won't try to show how much better than you they are, in magic or in combat, you're in for a rude awakening.
Briar brushed off the idea as if it were a fly.
Just because they want to dance doesn't mean I'll do the steps.
He and Canaille fell into step together as the court wandered down into the park that surrounded the palace.
So, where did you study?
He asked as they followed the lords and ladies. They had a decent chat before one of the ladies claimed Canaille's attention. Briar wandered on by himself, inspecting the wealth of plants that ornamented the paths. The sight of a pool drew him down to the water's edge to see the green lily leaves that covered its surface. Buds stood up from the water on long stems, still too tightly furled to betray the color of the blossoms within. He heard the rustle of silk behind him. Without looking around, Briar muttered,
Aliput lilies. How did she get Aliput lilies to grow so far north?
He let his power wash away from him, over the pond's surface, but he detected only the tiniest whispers of magic in the edges and along the bottom, in charms to keep away rot and insects.
It wasn't easy,
Baronine replied, amused. Briar turned his head. She stood just a foot from him, with the court spread behind her like a gaudy cape.
I shelter them in the greenhouses all winter, in pools with just enough warmth to keep them alive. I have to do that for all the temperate land plants. They don't last 10 minutes in one good blast from the Sith in November. The first year I was Empress, I lost a fortune in water lilies because I left them out in October.
She sighed, a rueful curl to her slender mouth.
My father forbade me to import any plants whatsoever. He told me he would not waste good Namornese coin on garden frippery. That first year I was Empress, I feared he was right, and that it was a fool's idea to spend all that money for something that went black with frostburn instantly and never recovered.
Briar looked up into her large brown eyes, interested. This was a side to her that he had not expected. True, the Imperial Gardens were one of the wonders of Namorn, but he thought that was the work of Imperial gardeners. He had no idea that the Empress herself took an interest beyond having the fame of them.
But you tried again.
By then I'd had 3 assassination attempts on my life, and a peasant rising that took 5,000 troops to put down,
she said, staring into the distance.
I thought that, if running the Empire was going to be so treacherous, I owed myself something to remind me that there was some good in being Empress.
She smiled at him.
I have papyrus plants growing in the next pond. Would you like to see?
Briar hurriedly got to his feet.
I'm your man, Imperial Majesty.
She looked at him.
Are you indeed?
She asked with an impish smile.
Then you may offer me your arm.
Briar did so with his most elegant bow. She rested a white hand accented with rings on his forearm and pointed to one of the paths.
That way.
The courtiers parted before them as they climbed to the next path, then fell into place behind. Briar looked at his companion, still trying to puzzle out how he felt about the discovery that this powerful woman liked plants.
So, do you oversee all these gardens, Imperial Majesty?
Berenine put her head back and laughed. Briar's eyes traveled along the line her lovely throat made.
They should do statues of her as Mila of the Grain, or the local earth goddess Kunok. I'm surprised all these lovesick puppy courtiers haven't put them up all over the country.
He glanced back. The lovesick puppies glared at him.
I would not have the time to oversee each and every garden here, let alone at my different homes. And so many of them are displays of imperial power. They're impersonal. But I do have spots that are all mine, with gardeners I trust if my duties keep me away. And I have my greenhouses. There's always time in the winter to get my hands dirty. Here we go.
They walked out of the shelter of the trees into bright sunlight, an open part of the grounds that would draw sun all day long. Here stretched the long pond bordered by tall papyruses. It was bordered by a wooden walkway. Berenine led Briar up onto it.
I hate to lose good shoes in the mud, and we have to keep the edges boggy for the reeds. Do you know what those are?
She pointed through a break in the greenery at the pond's edge. Briar whistled.
Pygmy water lilies,
he said, recognizing the small white blossoms among the spreading leaves.
Nice.
I tried to crossbreed them,
the Empress said, leaning her elbows on the rail that overlooked the pond.
I wanted a red variety. I've had no luck so far. But you might.
It would take longer than I planned to stay,
Briar told her, watching a father duck patrol the water near a stand of reeds.
I'll bet he's got a lady friend with eggs hidden there. To the likes of him, this expensive little stretch of water is just a nesting place.
It's a pity. I think between us we would create gardens the whole world might envy. But if your mind is settled, I would not try to change it.
A glint of light on the far side of the long pond caught Briar's eye.
Imperial Majesty, I think you might change any fellow's mind if you chose to,
he said gallantly but absently.
What's over there?
My greenhouses. Would you care to see them? Or would you think I was trying to tantalize you?
Briar looked into her eyes and swallowed hard.
If Rosethorn was here, she'd say this was way too much woman for me. And maybe she'd even be right.
Berenine gave him a long, slow smile.
Come.
She took his arm once more as they set off down the wooden walkway, The hammer of many shoes on the planks made the Empress turn and scowl.
You all have my leave to remain here. We're going to the greenhouses, and you know I can't let any of you in.
To Briar she said,
The last time I went there with three, mind, of my courtiers. One of them knocked over a palm, and one broke a shelf of clay pots. They're all grace on the dance floor or battlefield, but not in a greenhouse.
Briar looked back, met the smoldering eyes of a number of young nobles, and grinned. Six. Once the Empress and Briar vanished into the long greenhouses, servants appeared with ground cloths to spread on the grass. The nobles occupied benches or cloths in the sun to await Berenine's return. Small groups wandered through a complex of flower gardens nearby, while Rizu invited Daja to sit with her and some of Berenine's other ladies-in-waiting. Sandry, unwatched for a moment, stepped back under a shady tree. She looked on as Jack, Finlock, and other men who had eyed Berenine as they hovered around Sandry, formed a clump of watchers. Their eyes were fixed on the greenhouses as they muttered to one another.
Silly Amdane,
a man said near her right shoulder. Sandry glanced back and up. She had seen him in the crowd, the hunter who had been so angry with Chime. He was a tall man, even not on horseback, with glossy dark blonde hair, direct brown eyes, and a clever mouth. It was a face that was made for smiling, which he was doing at that very moment.
"Why do you say that?"
she asked, knowing Amdane meant fool in Namornese.
Her Imperial Majesty sets her pretty boys to courting you, and at the moment she isn't here to make them hop, they start sulking about her and ignoring you. In their shoes, I wouldn't grumble about her walking off with your friend.
He stood loosely, his green coat open, his hands in the pockets of his baggy black trousers.
I'd be making certain you remembered my name when you went home tonight.
Sandry raised her chin.
"If you were present earlier, you'd know I don't care for flattery."
He grinned down at her.
What flattery? I'm talking common sense. Here you are, all the way from Emelon. You have to be more interesting than most of my friends, who know nothing but the roads between their lands and the imperial palaces.
Sandry covered a giggle. He wasn't as obviously handsome as red-headed Finlock or swarthy Jack, but he was good-looking in a friendly, approachable way.
"I wonder if his nose got that flat bit in the middle when someone hit it,"
she asked herself.
"Forgive me,"
she said with a smile of her own.
"You must think I'm dreadfully conceited."
No, but you must feel like bait at the moment,
he told her. He offered her a large hand.
I'm Pershan Fair Roth. Shan.
Sandry let him take her hand.
Sandraline Fatorin. Sandry.
His grip was warm, strong, and nicely brief, after so many men had already tried to make a romance of a hand clasp.
"Let's see,"
she murmured, looking at him.
"Are you a Clayham? Bidis? Sogcod? Geoff?"
The last title was equal to that of Duke.
No, and no. My father's the Geoff, my older brother the heir. I'm just Shan,
he said with a scapegrace grin.
I'm master of the hunt. In other words, I tell the servants what to do and they make all the arrangements.
"It doesn't sound as if you enjoy the post."
It beats crop management for my father and brother. Here I've little to do except inspect the hunting gear and animals from time to time, scout new places to hunt, flirt with pretty girls, distract their mothers and chaperones for my friends, and make Her Imperial Majesty laugh. The life of a younger son at the Empress's personal court.
"Are there many of you here?" I would think most couldn't afford the life.
Oh, Her Imperial Majesty gives us posts with salaries that help us survive.
Shan replied with a casual shrug.
She likes handsome men. And she'd be the first to tell you those of us who depend on her for a living are very devoted to her interests. We had better be.
What did you mean before? She set her pretty boys on me,
Sandry asked. She had figured it out, but she wondered what this outspoken man would say. Shan dug his hands in his pockets.
You're not very good at playing the empty-headed noble. Of course you know our mistress would prefer that you and your fortune be confined strictly to Namorn from now on.
Sandry had suspected as much and hoped he would report her answer to her cousin.
That's not up to her, or to Jack, or Finn, or anybody. I make my own choices.
Shan grinned at her.
Very fiery. She's had people oppose her before, you know. It never quite worked out as they wished it to. The will of the Empress is not easily ignored.
She sniffed in disdain. Then something made her add,
Besides, I'd never marry any man who's so obviously in love with someone else, like they are. Isn't my cousin a bit old for them?
Being imperial inspires a great deal of passion. Money inspires more passion still. I'm surprised you don't know that, being a Vimese and educated and all. I hear you mage students run wild at the temple and mage schools.
Sandry fiddled with a button and ordered herself not to blush at the sudden turn in the conversation.
I dislike passion, and I was much too young for it at Winding Circle,
she said firmly, watching the courtiers mingle like so many butterflies.
If your friends try it on me, they'll only be disappointed.
Shan studied her for a moment, long enough that Sandry felt the weight of his attention on her. She looked up into his puzzled face.
You really think you can defy her? You really think you'll beat her? Sandry, nobody beats Her Imperial Majesty. Not in the long run. She's as beautiful and as treacherous as the Sith, and at least the Sith is limited just to weather. If I were you, I'd do the wise thing and accept one of her pets. Jack's a good sort, not particularly clever, but easygoing and cheerful. Once you're married, the Empress will move on to some other game and you can go where you please, as long as you produce an heir.
Here it was again, the ghost in the corner of her life, the one she had been sick of years ago. She had escaped it at Winding Circle, only to run into it again the moment she returned to noble society. She hated it.
Why do people insist on seeing me as a doll dressed up in wedding clothes?
She thought, furious.
I'm a person with skills and friends and worth of my own, beyond my fortune in lands and money, beyond being an heiress. And to be told I'm not just a wedding doll, but one that will fold up the moment Baronine frowns at me, it's just too much. You must think I have the will of a jelly,
she told Shan tartly.
That I'm one of those sweet, noble girls who does as she's told.
If you're not, I'd advise you give it a try just this once. Baronine is implacable. And I'd warn your friend Vinane Briar if I were you. None of us would dare to raise a hand or even to criticize Her Imperial Majesty. But him? Jack's too good a soul to think it. But I wouldn't put it past Canaille or someone else to arrange an accident for Briar, to keep him from ousting anyone she favors. I wouldn't even be surprised if Finn bundled him up and dropped him off a cliff some night, Vinane or no. His uncle is a Vinane with a soft spot for Finn, and he's head of the Mages Society of all Namorn.
Why do you care? Why should you care what happens to us?
Shan chuckled.
Because I want to marry you myself and stay on the good side of your magical friends. It would be a shame to have a bride who weeps for her friends all the time.
Sandry frowned, but a smile kept tugging her mouth. It was hard to take Shan seriously. Shan's grin broadened.
See? You like me already. I'm housebroken, well-trained, not so handsome that all the other wives will be flinging themselves at me.
Sandry laughed outright.
Are you always silly?
She asked when she caught her breath.
Always. It's part of my charm. Did I mention I'm charming?
Just tell me you're not serious about marrying me. Truly, I mean to return to the south when autumn comes.
But you'll break Jack's and Finn's hearts.
Sandry giggled again.
You watch. Baronine will find out that they didn't court you in her absence, and the fun will begin.
Shan scratched his jaw.
No, she doesn't care for it when people don't hop too. They'll have to do something really desperate, like, rescue you from a rampaging bear or something.
I'll remember to be wary of bears then. Do many of them get inside the palace walls?
Shan leaned back against the tree behind them.
I have a feeling the population is about to increase.
His face was sober and earnest, but his eyes danced.
Bear importation will be the newest fashion. We can hold hunts through the palace galleries. Everyone will buy new wardrobes, and the grand prize winner will carry you off over his saddle.
Sandry sighed.
I think I'd prefer to marry one of the bears.
No, you wouldn't. My father is one, and he's gone through 3 wives. Is it true that your friend Daja walks through burning buildings?
Ask her yourself,
Sandry replied impetuously, holding out her hand.
Come, I'll introduce you.
As he wrapped a very large palm around hers, she felt an agreeable ripple of gooseflesh course along her arms. Rizu and her circle of friends sat or reclined on the grass in a loose arrangement with Daja at their center, joking and laughing together. When Sandry approached with Shan, the Namornese ladies greeted him happily and made room for him and Sandry.
Oh, sure,
said Shan as he took a space between Rizu and Sandry.
Now that I come to you with another woman, you'll happily let me join you.
To Sandry he said,
Would you believe half of these ladies have broken my heart?
Rizu slapped his broad shoulder.
Tell us you didn't enjoy it.
To Sandry she said,
Be careful of this one. A few jokes with him, and you're in a secluded little nook with his hands where they shouldn't be.
Pershen Fairroth, this is my friend Daja Kasubo,
Sandry said, introducing them. Deliberately testing them and him, she added,
Daja, Shan says it's the Empress's will that I marry one of those young men who hovered around me in the Hall of Roses.
From the cynical smiles of the courtiers, she saw that Shan had told her the truth, and that the Empress's plan was common knowledge. Daja clasped Shan's hand, smiling.
I hope the Empress has some years to wait for that marriage,
she said lazily, turning her face up to the sun.
Sandry's made up her mind to go home before the mountain passes close. She's just here to inspect her estates and return to Emelon. Unless your bucks mean to chase her to the border.
The young ladies around them cried aloud at this, protesting that Sandry would never see the best of Dan Cruan if she didn't stay for at least one winter's social season.
Then she wouldn't have to worry about going home,
Rizu announced with a broad smile.
She'd be frozen to this place.
Once inside the main greenhouse, Briar expected the Empress to drift along, pointing out this sight and that, attended by bowing gardeners.
And I'd have been dead wrong,
he thought. It was true, the gardeners in sight had looked up when the door closed behind the lady and her guest, but they immediately returned to their work when they saw who had come in. Next, the Empress had opened a drawer in a table that stood against the outside wall and pulled out a worn pair of gardener's gloves, which she then tugged onto her hands. Briar watched as she briskly walked over to tables that held pots and boxes of flowering plants.
Most of these are for gifts,
she explained to Briar, inspecting potted lilies for mites on the undersides of their leaves.
The guild heads, ambassadors, and my fellow monarchs claim to prize what comes from my garden, so from time to time I gratify them with a plant. Coleus is always popular. The leaf colors go very well with the colors favored by those who live in East Namorn and Yanjing, and it brings cheer during winter time. The same with cyclamen.
She caressed samples of each with gentle fingers, pinching off a wilted leaf here and there.
My goodness! What on earth?
Briar sighed. The greenhouse plants had noted his presence. At first the ones closest to him began to move, bending toward him or turning their flowers toward him as if he were the sun. As he watched, the more distant plants began to shift as if they could crane to see him. They reached out with leaves like hands, wanting his touch and his influence.
Sorry,
he told the Empress, thinking to the plants.
Stop that, before you get me in trouble.
The plants began to bristle, turning sharp edges outward and stretching out thorns if they had them. If anyone tries to trouble you, they will soon learn you have friends, their quivering stems seemed to say. They will learn the world can be filled with green enemies.
Now enough,
Briar told them impatiently.
Is that how you would treat this nice lady, who gives you rich earth and water, and helps her people keep the itching things from your leaves and roots? It's because of her that you sit warm in here when the cold wind makes your house rattle. She saves you, her and her friends, from the white death of snow and ice. She ties you with cloth when you get too heavy for your stems, and she gives you good things to eat. It's her that gives the others their instructions to look after you and care for you too.
One after another, the plants that surrounded them shifted the surfaces of their leaves and the positions of their stems. Flowers turned their open faces toward the Empress, who watched them all without giving away her feelings. She smells like us sometimes, said the roses and gardenias. She is quick with the clippers and the fork. She has touched each of us often. She handles us gently.
It's all right,
Briar said gruffly.
They just needed reminding of who they owe this soft living to.
He suddenly remembered to whom he spoke.
Your Imperial Majesty.
He glared at the plants within his view.
They didn't mean to distress you. They like you.
I'm grateful, Vinane. This is the first time I ever had to wonder what might happen to someone they dislike. Actually, I had no idea they had thoughts or feelings.
Not like we know them, Majesty.
Your Imperial Majesty was just too much of a mouthful to use each time he spoke to her.
They don't have brains exactly, but their bodies remember things, like who waters them, who clips them, and so on. They just were so excited, feeling me come in, they forgot themselves a bit. Now calm down,
he ordered them silently.
Act like I'm just another person.
He glared at the vine that had reached out to twine around one of his hands and insert its tendrils up his baggy sleeve. The vine released him and returned to the trellis it had adorned before Briar had come into the greenhouse. Baronine watched it go.
I take it this happens to you fairly often?
Only till they get used to me being around. They're like kids. Children. They get all worked up, and they need time to calm down. You should see them around my teacher, Rosethorn. They can't not touch her when she's by. It's like she's the sun, except then the moss and funguses would stay clear of her, and they don't. Are those potted palms?
He wandered over to the stand of large, tree-like plants, hoping to distract her from thinking about plants on the move. In his travels he had discovered that some people reacted oddly to it. Stopping next to the nearest one, he ran an appreciative hand over its trunk.
It's vanity, I know. But it's so satisfying knowing I have a bit of southern warmth when winter shrieks down off the scythe.
Briar smiled.
Winters are always hard, if you like seeing green things about you. I tried to get my teacher to visit Dedicate Crane's greenhouse. He was my other plant teacher, back at Winding Circle. But she's old-fashioned. She growls how plants are supposed to have their own season, then surrounds herself with potted plants all winter long. She just can't get the tropicals to thrive in her workshop.
I've read Crane's book, you know,
Baronine said. leading him farther back into the greenhouse. As they walked, the gardeners continued to work. When the Empress moved inside the palace, she was followed and preceded by bows and curtsies. Idly, Briar wondered,
how long do you suppose it took her to break her gardeners of the habit?
There was a wave of motion here, but it was directed at Briar, and it came from the plants. He called some of his power up and let it trickle away in the tiniest of threads, running to every plant and tree in the building. He did the same in the next greenhouse, and the next, and the next. The Empress had a complex of them, each closed by its own doors and connected to its neighbors by wooden halls.
The things you learn,
Berenine said as she led the way into yet another greenhouse.
Mites. I had 2 greenhouses that connected, and the treacherous little Nalises got into everything. Once again I had to start from scratch. That's the problem with gardening. One mistake will do more than just teach you. It can wipe you out.
She stood back and smiled.
I understand you have an interest in shackhands, Briar Moss. Would you care to grant your opinion of mine?
He had seen bigger collections in the Imperial Palace in Yanjing, but nowhere else. This greenhouse had been divided in half with glass and yet another door. In one half, miniature trees and the gear to care for them were arranged with an eye to the light that filled the greenhouse. A number of the step-like shelves on Briar's left were empty, but the marks that water, earth, and light left on the unstained wood indicated that upward of 20 plants were missing.
Your pines?
Briar asked, nodding toward the empty spots. Berenine favored him with a warm smile.
Exactly so. When I think they have a chance, I bring them onto my windows and terraces. I tend to be more cautious with the ones that are not evergreens. It's not unknown for the Sith to blow in a night's frost even this late in the spring.
Looking around, Briar saw a miniature forest of koi maples, each perfectly set in its large, flat tray. He was drawn to it like iron to a lodestone.
The Emperor of Yanjing would wilt to have something like this,
Briar thought as he touched the miniature leaves with gentle fingers.
He can't grow maples at all, let alone a forest arrangement.
The trees nearly purred under his touch, welcoming the gentle trickle of his green magic as it flowed along their stems. From there, Briar found several shapes of rhododendrons, all blooming beautifully. A step away, he found miniature apple trees in bloom. He moved from dish to dish, tree to tree, noting which had been wired to follow a particular shape, which trees displayed new grafts, which were very old, and which were only made to look old. He lost all track of time and his companion as he inspected each and every plant. All were lovingly tended and in the best of health. When he looked up, Berenine was gone. Briar frowned.
How long did I pay her no mind? Did I vex her, ignoring her like that, and she went stomping off? She seemed to understand a fellow might get caught up, but it's hard to tell what way empresses will jump.
Then he saw spring green motion through the blurred glass of the divider. She had gone into the other half of the greenhouse. He followed her, passing through the glass door and closing it in his wake. This side of the building was hot and damp, as hot as the jungles of southern Yanjing. It was an entirely different world, filled with wildly gorgeous, complex flowers. There were as many different containers for them as there were colors and shapes of flower, ranging from pots to stick holders and slabs of cork. The Empress handled the blooms very carefully, inspecting them for problems, shifting them if she felt the light was too strong. There were rolls of muslin at the inside top of the peaked roof, each with a cord that dangled to within arm's reach at the center of the room. Briar noted small ship-like cleats on the metal strips between panes of glass.
Curtains,
he guessed.
In case she thinks the light's too strong in one part of the room, she can pull down the curtains and secure the cord so the muslin's close to the glass. And when she says so, they roll them up again.
He knew instinctively that she was the only gardener in charge of this room, though she might have helpers to do the basic work when she could not. But these flowers bloomed with good care, and her face glowed with happiness as she tended them. Even more than the Shakan house, this was her place to be happy.
"Did you see all you wished?"
she asked without looking at him.
"Are they not splendid?"
The Emperor of Yanjing would perish of envy if he knew. Even his collection isn't as good as yours.
"I should send him something he does not have, then,"
murmured Berenine, moving on to the next plant.
"as my thanks for his delightful gift of cloth. What do you think of my orchids?"
Briar jammed his hands in his pockets. He didn't entirely approve of orchids.
"Parasites,"
he said, one gardener to another. The Empress chuckled.
"They are not. They don't destroy, and real parasites do. Not that I object to parasites outside my garden. I am surrounded by them, all as gaudy and pretty as my orchids. That's what courtiers are, you know."
Briar shrugged.
"Turn them loose and let them do something worthwhile,"
he suggested, going over to eye a pot of striped orchids. They moved uneasily, sensing his disapproval.
"Ah, but what I think is worthwhile for my nobles, and what they feel is worthwhile, are so often different things,"
Berenine explained. In the light, her creamy skin was luminous.
"The problem with nobles is that they never have enough. They always want more. They would get into mischief without my eye on them, and some of that mischief would be directed at me. I would rather keep them in my palatial hothouse, where I can prune them quickly if they show signs of plotting."
"Seems to me they'd plot more if you kept them too close. But I'm not as good with people as I am with plants."
He scowled at the striped orchids, which had begun to tremble.
"Stop that. I won't hurt you, now I know you aren't really parasites. Here."
He stretched a hand out to them and gently touched their stems, sending calm into their veins.
"I'd never hurt you."
Thinking of pruning, he added,
"Not unless it was good for you."
Berenine shook her head as she carefully watered a series of boat orchids.
"Now I do not understand why you talk to them, and why you might allow them to speak to you. I love them because they are so beautifully silent."
Ouch.
Briar winced.
"I suppose, then, that you've got the worst job in the world, with folk yattering at you all day."
The Empress laughed.
"I've grown accustomed. As long as I have my refuges here, I shall do well."
She looked up at the sun and sighed.
"I suppose I've left them unwatched long enough. It's nearly midday, and they get cranky when they are not fed."
She caressed a blazing pink tree of life orchid.
"Like my beauties, only my nobles are noisier by far. Well, I have my beauties among them too, to console me."
She removed her gloves and put them away, then left the orchids and walked over to Briar.
"Like that Jacobin and Finlock?"
he asked, following her out through the Shakans.
"Ah, them I am willing to share. Here, this will be quicker."
They left through a side door in the wooden corridor, one that opened onto a flagstone path through the open gardens.
"It's my hope that one of my lovely lads will convince my dear cousin Sandry to remain in Namorn."
"You'll need more to convince her than she'll get from those cockawhoops."
Briar thought it, but he did not say it.
"And it's not my place to tell her Sandry has a will of steel and a mind of her own. Berenine will have to learn that by herself. For the sake of her plants, I hope the lesson doesn't sting too bad."
Out on the grass, Daja and her companions continued to wait as the palace clocks chimed the passage of 1 hour, then 2. Watching those around her, Daja decided it was like being among turtles. Everyone basked in the sun, contentment on their faces. Even the men who joined them, like Jack and Kanile, did it.
Is this a northern thing?
Sandry asked after the clock marked the 2nd hour, adjusting the seam in one woman's gown with her magic.
You come out to bake like buns on a tray?
Wait till you survive a Dancruan winter,
advised the black-haired and black-eyed Caedlin Fa Sarajane, a lady-in-waiting.
Then you'll love the sun too.
But it's terrible for your skin. You'll get all leathery in time.
We have lotions and creams and balms for our skin,
said Rizu, leaning her head back so the sun gilded her face.
And winter is much too long. We'll risk it.
Daja looked around.
I thought I saw older people inside, but no one here is older than 30.
Their companions chuckled.
We're supposed to keep up with her,
Rizu explained, smiling.
Mornings, you never know if she'll take it into her head to go riding.
Or hunting,
said Jack, who sat cross-legged on Sandry's other side.
Or to the beach, or to market.
The older ones rejoin us later in the day if there's nothing else going on. Today, Her Imperial Majesty wanted those closer in age to Lady Sandraline to meet her, and she didn't want it formal.
The Hall of Roses is for fun.
Caedlin plaited grass stems to make a bracelet. She had already outfitted half of their group with them.
The Hall of the Sun is for the full court and more private ceremonies. And the Hall of Swords is for audiences, elegant receptions, and the like. So it's like a code to life at court. If you know where people are, you have a good idea of what's going on.
Daja smiled.
Writing a guidebook for us, Sandry? Or for you?
Sandry made a rude noise in reply.
What's going on is that our Empress took your friend into the greenhouses, where she won't allow most of us,
grumbled Kanile, his hazel eyes smoky.
Speak for yourself. She lets some of her ladies come in.
Well, their friend Briar's hardly a lady,
Jack pointed out.
And he'd better mind his manners with Her Imperial Majesty.
Sandry and Daja exchanged a smile.
Nobody makes Briar mind his manners but Rosethorn,
thought Daja, knowing that Sandry thought the same thing.
And Briar's not such a fool as to offend the Empress, no matter what these court fluffheads think. He's a green mage,
she said aloud, choosing the diplomatic comment.
If she's got a problem with bugs or something, she'll want his advice. Does she keep shack hands?
Dozens. They're her second favorites, after her precious orchids.
Well then, there you are,
Daja said. Movement tickled her skin. Rizu was curiously tracing the outline of the metal on the back of her hand. It made Daja shiver. She smiled shyly at Rizu and continued.
Briar's made himself rich on fashioning shack hands. She probably wanted his advice. They're tricky creatures.
They've been in there a long time for him just to inspect some runty trees. I saw how he looked at her.
Rizu laughed outright.
Ken, you silly creature. Only think how insulted she would be if he hadn't,
she teased, nudging Kanile with her foot.
When she goes to 2 hours of effort to dress every morning, men had better look at her.
Women, too. Eh, Rizu?
Snapped Finn. Now all of the women laughed.
Next you'll be jealous of the sun and the moon for looking at her,
said one of Rizu's friends with a wicked smile.
And her mirror.
Her bath,
suggested Caedlin, her eyes sparkling.
He'll break into the Imperial Chamber some night.
When she's not there,
Shan interrupted.
Never break into her chambers when she's there. The last fellow who tried is nothing but a greasy spot.
He thought she would like a pretend kidnapping, for the sake of romance,
murmured Rizu in Daja's ear.
She didn't. Only a dunderhead would have thought she'd like it.
Anyway,
Kaedleen said, glaring at Rizu and Shan for interrupting.
Finn will burst into her chambers and attack her bathtub. Then, our new friend, the Smith Mage here,
she winked at Daja.
She'll turn Finn into a bathtub so he can embrace her Imperial Majesty at long last.
And he'll get soap in his mouth. His borscht will never taste the same.
Tubs don't eat soup,
replied another man with a grin.
They're always being emptied.
Finn grimaced.
Don't listen,
he told Sandry.
Do you believe these are my friends?
Daja watched Sandry giggle and wave his remark away.
It seems she likes a bit of flattery, whatever she might say,
Daja thought.
Though if any of them think that Sandry might mistake flattery for true affection, they will be in for a sad awakening. She's too level-headed for that. Or she always was.
Sandry glanced at Daja and smiled crookedly.
She still is,
Daja told herself with satisfaction. Shan draped his grass bracelet over one of Sandry's ears. She laughed and took it off, then threw it discus-like to Daja. Within a moment, grass bracelets flew through the air as their group reached and grabbed, everyone trying to collect the most.
Aha!
Shan said, getting to his feet. It was a long look from the ground to the top of his head, Daja noticed. Now the other courtiers were rising to their feet. In the distance they could see the Empress and Briar emerge from behind the greenhouses, Baronine on the young man's arm. As most of the court surged forward, Daja kept Rizu back.
They aren't, well, courting her Imperial Majesty, are they? She's old enough to be their mother, or at least mother to some of them.
Rizu flashed her lovely smile.
Well, it's the fashion for everyone to be in love with her. She makes sure of that,
she replied, her voice as soft as Daja's.
If they're hanging on her every word she says, they stay out of trouble. Besides, if she makes one of them her favorite, like some in the court, they can make their fortunes on offices like that of Chancellor of the Imperial Purse and Governor of the Imperial Granaries.
Would she marry any of them?
Hardly. Give a husband governance over her? No one but her Imperial Majesty even knows who fathered her 3 daughters.
She tugged at an eardrop, smiling wistfully.
Being a woman with power in Namorn is nearly impossible. She's managed it by never letting us take her for granted. She can ride all day, dance all night, and then wants to know why your work isn't done the next morning. Hers is. She has spies and mages by the barge load, and she pays close attention to them. Men have tried to get control over her and failed. Nowadays, they don't even try. But that's her.
Rizu shook her head.
She's one of a kind.
Triss was absorbed in a history of the Namornese Empire when she realized it was stuffy in the small library she had settled in. Putting her book aside, she got to her feet and went to open a shuttered window. Leaning out, she smelled lightning mixed with water. In the distance, she could feel a rapidly climbing build of wind.
A storm,
she thought, excited.
And with so much water smell to it, I bet it's on the lake. I wonder if I can get a look. It's worth the image headache to see a storm on the legendary Sith.
Her student Keth had described the lake's storms to her so eloquently that Triss would even forego reading to watch one. She placed her book where she had found it, closed the shutters, and went in search of a view. Turning a hall corner, she nearly ran into the chief mage, Ishabal Ladyhammer.
I'm sorry, Vimese. I wasn't looking.
Ishabal smiled.
In any case, I was looking for you, Vimese Chandler. Her Imperial Majesty and the court are sitting down to afternoon refreshments and would like you to join them.
Must I?
Triss asked, pleading in spite of herself.
I think you've got a nasty storm brewing in that oversized pond of yours, and I'd love to take a look at it. I've heard so much about them.
Ishabal chuckled.
Our weather mages predict no storms for today.
Triss straightened. It had been a long time since anyone had doubted her word on the weather.
Are they always right?
Ishabal raised black brows that made an odd contrast with her silver hair.
No weather mage is always right,
she replied in a tone that said this was a fact of nature.
With normal weather? That's untampered with?
Triss shrugged.
Suit yourself. I'll come to these refreshments of yours once I've had a look at the Sith, if you'll direct me to the outer wall.
Ishabal covered a smile with one well-groomed hand.
I shall do better. I shall take you there myself.
She stopped a passing footman with a snap of the fingers and murmured something to him. As he hastened back the way she had come, Ishabal pointed to another hallway.
This way.
She led Triss down through the axis of the palace into a wide room. It held an enclosed staircase that led on to the inner wall that surrounded the palace. From there they took an enclosed bridge to the outer wall that followed High Street on one side of the palace and the cliffs on the other 3 sides.
Don't you like walking in the open air?
Triss asked on the bridge to the outer wall.
Why enclose your stairs and bridges?
She wasn't exactly complaining. She could no longer simply let the open air pour over her at will, though sometimes she risked headaches and bewilderment in the open wind just because she missed it so much. Ishabal smiled ruefully.
Why? The god Sithithan will turn your breath into a frozen diamond necklace at winter's height. We dare not walk outside up here at that season. These stairs and bridges are the closest we get. Fortunately, at that time, the god himself and the lake are defense enough. No one has to die on guard on this open part of the wall.
They stepped through the doors on the far side of the bridge. Here was a walkway broad enough that 3 people could ride abreast on it easily. The whole of the Sith stretched out 400 feet below, at the foot of the crenellated wall. The young woman and the old walked some 200 feet along the top, the wind pulling at their hair and gowns, until Triss halted in one of the crenels, or stone notches. She pointed to the gray mass of storm clouds some 10 miles offshore.
I spoke out of foolish national pride,
Ishabal said, leaning against the merlon at the side of the crenel.
The god Sithithan is a notorious trickster, with a nasty habit of hurling storms at us with no warning to our mages.
Triss bit her lip. The wind showed her a sharp image of a distant scene that was just a blurred dot to her normal vision.
I hope all the fishing fleet got back to shore. The storms are infamous for the speed in which they appear.
They're trying,
murmured Triss. The image of the fleet tore out of her hold. She closed her eyes and did a trick with her mind, shifting the shape of her eyes and of the power she slid in front of them. Carefully she removed her spectacles and tucked them into a pocket inside her overgown, then opened her eyes. Now she could see across the miles without being forced to rely on a wind-blown image. A small fishing fleet struggled to turn and race for the shore, caught in a crosswind that left it becalmed. Ishabal's hands were moving in the air. Suddenly everything in front of the wall rippled, and Triss's view was ablaze with silver fire.
Ow!
She cried, clapping her hands to her watering eyes.
What did you do? That hurt!
Ishabal, who had turned the air before them into an immense scrying glass that showed them the fleet in exact detail, asked,
Hurt? What do you mean? Why do you hold your eyes? Child, what did you do?
Triss yanked a handkerchief out from under the neckline of her undergown.
What I normally do, Prothman, bless it!
A blessing from the outcast Prothman of Therios was no blessing at all. Triss wiped her eyes and changed her magic until her vision was normal, then returned her spectacles to their proper place on her long nose. Ishabal clasped her hands before her as she watched the fleet struggle to move again.
If you may correct your vision as you like, why do you wear spectacles?
She inquired, her voice distant.
Because I like them. Because I have better things to do with my magic than fix my vision when ordinary glass will do.
Isha, what is this?
The Empress, along with her court, Sandry, Daja, and Briar, had come to join them.
Your messenger said Vimese Trissana predicted a storm on the Sith.
And more, Imperial Majesty.
With a wave of the hand, Ishabal spread the zone of air along the walkway, so the entire group could see the drama that unfolded miles away.
Are you going to do something, Vimese Ladyhammer?
Asked Triss, mindful of her manners now that they had company.
This is not an area in which I have expertise, Vimese Chandler,
Ishabal replied. To Baranine she said,
They won't be able to escape in time, Imperial Majesty.
We'll see about that,
Triss said. She hated making a scene. More than anything, she wished the court would go back to its refreshments, but she was in no position to give orders. Those fishing crews were running out of time. She drew an east wind braid from the net at the back of her head and undid it, unraveling half. Baranine and Ishabal were forced to step back as wind roared around Triss, stirring dust and grit on the walkway. Triss turned up her smiling face into the air current as the wind tugged at her. Carefully, stretching out both arms, she pushed her wind out over the wall and through Ishabal's spell. Once it was in the open air in front of the cliff, Triss clung to lengths of the wind like reins, letting her magic stream through them into the billowing air. For a moment her grip on the wind shuddered as the air tossed, confused. Why was it starting in the south, it seemed to ask, if it was an east wind?
Because I need you to go north first, then east,
Triss whispered to it.
Now go. I'll tug when you're to take your rightful path. You have sails to fill and boats to send home.
That satisfied her wind. It liked to fill sails. North it went, Triss keeping a light tension on her airy reins. She moved both into her right hand, then searched her head to find a braid with a hurricane's force bound up in it. Unraveling only a third of it, she thrust its power north, straight at the onrushing storm. The lesser hurricane raced ahead of her east wind, spreading as it flowed high over the masts of the fishing fleet. Triss gave it a fresh shove north, then tugged on the east wind's reins. The wind found its natural path at last, slowly, as Triss dragged on its reins, until it struck the limp boat's sails with a strong punch. The sails filled to the cheers of the court, watching through Ishabal's spell. The fishing boat scudded through the rough lake water, headed for the shore. Triss ignored the fleet. She had released the east wind. All of her will was fixed on that quick-moving storm and its battle with her lesser hurricane, as the force she had turned loose fought to keep the storm from advancing. Sweat trickled down her round cheeks. Making even part of a hurricane obey was hard work, particularly when its biggest need was not to halt a storm, but to join in and help it along. They don't want me anymore, her east wind seemed to say. Now what? Triss risked a glance at the fishing fleet. They had made harbor safely and were furling their sails as the ships drifted toward their docks.
"Thank you,"
Triss murmured. She released her east wind, setting it free of any future claims. She could always braid up another.
"Now for the interesting part."
She let one end of her small hurricane feed into the storm. It plunged in gleefully. The storm, though, was another matter.
"If I let it loose, with my bit of hurricane in it, there's no telling what other fleets or even villages it'll destroy. And I knew I couldn't hook it with anything weaker than a piece of hurricane. Oh, curse it all. I'll have to take the whole thing back in before it does any harm."
She took a deep breath, wishing she had a moment to pray. Quickly the hurricane struck sparks that turned to lightning as it wove itself among the thunderheads. Triss leaned on a stone merlon, letting it hold her on the wall, then reached with her magic to grip the hurricane's tail. Sweating, she dragged on it with all of her strength, drawing it toward her as Sandry might draw a fine thread from a mass of wool. Once Triss had brought that storm thread to her, she jammed the end into a coin from her pocket. Once it was secure, she twirled it until the thread of storm began to spin. All storms were drawn to spin, as Triss knew very well. The trick was in keeping them controlled, not allowing them to break free to become a cyclone or full-sized hurricane. Around the wind spun, dragging the storm into the funnel that ended in her thread. Out stretched the storm parts woven in with her bit of hurricane, twirling under Triss's magical grip. She kept the air moving, shaping it as a fine web, so that its natural strength could never overwhelm her once it reached her. If she had looked up, she would have seen the long funnel of cloud that stretched from the storm to her, narrowing until it became her thread. On and on she spun, making the thread into a ball of yarn, a skill she drew from part of Sandry's magic still mingled with hers. Finally, she had turned the entire storm into a ball the size of her hand. She broke it free of the coin, then attached the ball to her partially unraveled hurricane braid. Eager to get out of her hold, the storm sprang into her braid, feeding itself into the many hairs as if it raced along 1,000 streets. Once it was absorbed, Triss tied off the braid with a special ribbon that would hold no matter what, and tucked it back into the net with the other braids. Into her pocket went the coin. She swayed. Hands grabbed her and helped her sit in a crenel. Triss looked up. It was Briar who had helped her sit as the court stared at her. Sandry came over with a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Triss's face. Daja grinned as she leaned on her staff, watching. Ishabal looked thoughtful, as did the Empress herself. Triss lurched to her feet to curtsy, Briar holding her by her elbow. She looked at her brother, her eyes pleading. She didn't want to have to explain, not to these well-dressed strangers. Better still, she didn't want to talk at all, not until she got all those storm powers inside her calmed down. Briar winked at her and turned to the Empress, though he continued to brace Triss.
"So, Your Imperial Majesty, might we go back to those refreshments? She'll be fine once she's got some food in her."
Seven. The refreshments had been set on a terrace tucked out of the wind. Most of the courtiers filled their plates from long tables laden with food. Two of the Empress's ladies brought selections to her and her companions, who included Sandry and her friends. The black-haired Jack maneuvered himself into a seat on Sandry's right, while the red-headed Finn he had told Sandry to call him, sat on Sandry's other side. While pretending to listen to Jack's talk of northern hunting, Sandry kept an eye on Triss, who had taken longer to walk to the terrace after juggling storms. She had obviously meant to sit with Daja and her new friends, but then she balked when some young women flinched away from her. Apparently they were unnerved by Triss's magical working up on the wall.
Never mind that it saved lives,
thought Sandry. Seeing their reaction, Triss turned to lean on the terrace rail as if that was what she had intended all along. Sandry was about to go offer Triss a seat when Briar, who had helped Triss to walk, stepped in. He turned her around and lifted her up to sit on the wide, flat rail, then went to get food for the redhead. While he did that, Canaille sat beside Triss, smiling at the scowling girl. Ishabel stopped to speak with the two of them, touching Triss on the shoulder, before she moved on to sit with the Empress.
So even here, mages stick together,
Sandry thought with satisfaction as Briar brought a full plate to Triss.
That's good to know.
She returned her attention to Jack just in time to say,
"Oh, but I don't care for hunting very much."
Jack's handsome face fell. Sandry smiled at him.
Did you want me to lie about liking it?
I ask only that you make me miserable,
he replied and let his shoulders sag. Sandry took a second look at him. Was that a joke?
I'm not amused,
she said in warning.
I didn't think you would be,
Jack said with a sigh.
The words just slipped from my mouth on the wings of truth.
Sandry deepened her scowl.
That's the problem with growing up with Briar,
she thought irritably.
It makes you inclined to like every jokester who comes along. That was just plain bad,
she said tartly.
I know,
he replied, still in that mournful tone.
I can't help but lose ground with you.
After most of the dishes were cleared, servants brought around one last series of treats. Strawberries, cheeses, sweet and salty biscuits, and marzipan candies shaped to form the Landrag family crest, a compliment to Sandry. She shook her head over them, bowed from her seat to the Empress, and took a few. Servants carried the tables away as the palace clocks began to chime the hour. Sandry took a deep breath. The previous night, after Briar had gone to bed, Ambrose had persuaded her not to put off visiting the lands of her inheritance any longer. Sandry had agreed. She had come to see her lands, after all, not to socialize. She had not mentioned it to Berenine all day, but time was passing.
It's mid-afternoon. If we're to leave early for Landrig tomorrow, it's time to go back to the townhouse and pack. And it's time to say, "Oh, Cousin Berenine, so nice to stop by for a day, but after I've ignored my obligations for years, I've promised Ambrose I'd actually attend to them, so we're going away again for a couple of weeks."
Her rebellious self muttered,
"And so much for you parading all these would-be husbands for me. Maybe now you'll realize I'm not interested."
She nibbled her lip.
Sometimes the only approach is the direct one. It's not like Berenine can say she herself hasn't been telling me to mind my lands.
Excusing herself to Jack and Finn, Sandry went over to the cluster of nobles that had formed around the Empress. They noticed her and turned, opening the path between Sandry and Berenine.
Sandry, we've been discussing some entertainments for you,
Berenine said with a smile.
Of course there are parties, but which do you prefer for daytime? Picnics? Hunting? Rides?
Sandry dipped a curtsy.
"Forgive me, cousin, but I must beg your indulgence and ask you to reconsider your plans. I have promised my cousin Ambrose that I would inspect my home estates as soon as I had recovered from our journey here. My friends and I will be leaving for Landreg tomorrow morning.
Briar, Daja, and Triss, who were nearby, traded looks. This was news to them. The tiniest of frowns knit the Empress's chestnut eyebrows.
I do apologize, but I really had no chance to mention it earlier. If I don't go soon, it will be a slap in the face to my cousin, who has worked so long and hard in my interest, as well as to my tenants and servants. You yourself, Imperial Majesty, have told me that I've neglected my estates. To come to Namorn after so many years away and not tend to my obligations immediately. I know you would not like me to further shirk my duty.
For a very long moment, no one spoke or moved.
They're afraid,
Sandry realized, listening for clues from the people around her.
They're afraid of Baronine when she loses her temper. I'd better keep that in mind. She's all sweetness now, but that's not how she's remained the sole ruler of Namorn for 20-odd years.
What can I say?
Asked Baronine with a gentle shrug.
Duty is duty. I can hardly reproach you for making the visit I urged you to make in my own letters. But please, return to us soon, dearest cousin. We have weeks of delights to share, and of course we hope that your friends share in them too. I certainly would like to avail myself of Vinane Briar's expertise in my gardens.
She extended a soft ivory hand. Sandry kissed it and curtsied deep, hearing Triss's skirts rustle and Daja's and Briar's tunics whisper as they bid their own farewells.
I know,
said Baronine, a broad smile on her lips.
We shall send some of our young people with you, to guard you and entertain you. Jack, Finn,
She bit her lower lip in thought, then added,
Rizu and Caedlin. I can surely spare the 4 of you. Yes, even Rizu,
she told the smiling maid. Baronine waved off any protest Sandry was about to utter.
I insist. They will be agreeable company for you. Caedlin is a cousin by marriage of Ambrose Fairlandreg. I'm certain he will not object. They will meet you tomorrow morning.
Your Imperial Majesty, I mean to leave at dawn,
argued Sandry.
Wonderful,
she thought.
There's no way I can refuse without being thought rude, and now I have 2 of her husband candidates to pester me.
Illogically, she wondered,
why didn't she add that nice Shan?
She continued aloud,
We'll have guards, and Cousin Ambrose to guide us.
Then you certainly need livelier people for your party. Saghad Landreg is a wonderful man, but sober, and my young people will be there at dawn.
She looked at each of the 4 nobles she had named.
Will you not, my pets?
What can any of them say?
Wondered Sandry as the men bowed and the 2 ladies curtsied.
And what can I say? If I kick up any more of a fuss, she will get angry. There's no sense in picking a fight this early in the summer.
Aloud she said,
Cousin, you are too generous. Of course I will welcome your friends.
A footman guided them to a courtyard where Ostler stood with the horses, talking with Shan. He too held a horse's reins, a glossy black stallion's. When he saw them, he grinned.
I thought I'd accompany you home, so you wouldn't get lost.
Since they had only 2 miles of High Street to ride, this was clearly a joke.
I wish I could go with you, but we have hunts scheduled for a delegation from Olart and one of the Empress's cousins from Lyron. It would be nice to get home for a visit.
When Sandry raised her eyebrows in a question, Shan explained,
My parents' estate is only 10 miles south of Landreg.
She can't spare you even for a visit home?
Sandry asked as an ostler helped her mount.
She's sparing Rizu, and Rizu is in charge of her clothes.
Shan chuckled as the others swung into their own saddles.
She could spare us all if she chose. The servants take over if we are needed for social duty, after all. But she likes us to have the illusion we're useful.
He mounted his horse and maneuvered the stallion so that when their group rode out of the courtyard, he fell into place on Sandry's right. Daja rode on her left, leaving Triss and Briar in the rear.
Besides,
Shan continued as they passed the first set of inner gates,
most of what I have I owe to Her Imperial Majesty. The least I can do is lend a hand. That cousin from Lyron can be an imperial-sized pain.
We'll be back before you know it,
Sandry told him shyly.
All ready for whatever my cousin throws at us.
She turned in the saddle to point to Briar and Triss.
Daja you know, but I don't believe I introduced you to my other friends, Briar Moss and Tristana Chandler.
Per Shan Fair Roth,
Shan called back with a nod.
Shan, I know I saw Vinane Briar with Her Imperial Majesty, but I don't recall seeing Vimese Tristana before midday.
They clattered through the last set of gates in the outermost wall, where the guards came to attention as Sandry rode by. Their party rode down to where the broad palace street met High Street. By now it was bustling with traffic of all kinds, traffic that made it a point not to linger in front of the road to the palace. The guards there kept a sharp eye on it all.
Are all of my cousin's troops so very attentive to their duties?
Sandry asked Shan when they were out of earshot.
She likes to keep them sharp, so she rotates in some of the frontier units every 3 months or so. They still have their edge from fending off border raids and the odd rebellion, and they get easier duty, so they're grateful. Kidnap attempts aren't unheard of, so it's nice to know the gatekeepers are on their toes.
Kidnapping?
Asked Daja, obviously skeptical.
In the palace?
Near the palace. It's a West Namorn tradition, in a way. See, the custom is...
A lean, wild-eyed white man dressed in a ragged green robe over even more ragged clothes lunged in front of them, almost under the feet of Sandry's horse. She drew up hard to save him a kicking, while Shan dragged his infuriated stallion's head away from the man's outstretched arms.
Game pieces! Game pieces!
The stranger cried, grabbing the bridle of Sandry's mount.
See the pretty game pieces, the ladies and the mages, 2 in 1, a nice long game of capture the pieces.
He had bright, dark eyes and dark, wiry hair that looked as if it had been cut with a cleaver.
Who will play the game? And who will keep the lady trophy? You, Huntmaster? A pretty heiress for your mantelpiece? Best 2 out of 3? Best man wins? So many games to play!
Daja couldn't believe her eyes.
Wait!
She called as Shan dismounted. From the look on the nobleman's face, she didn't think he meant to send the scarecrow along with a coin and a kind word.
It's all right!
It is not! He mocks a member of the Imperial family!
No, I'm pretty sure I know him, and he's just addled.
She guided her horse around Sandry until she had a clear look at the man.
Do I look like a game piece to you? Take a good look. I was dressed a little differently the last time we met.
The man stared up at her, wide-eyed, then covered his gaping mouth with bony hands. Daja sighed.
Traitor, guide me, it's him. The last time I saw him, I was about to walk back into a burning building, and he'd just helped me get a clutch of crazy people out of it. Is that the robe I gave you?
She asked him. He nodded, hands still covering his mouth. Daja looked at the rest of their group.
Go on. I'll look after my friend here.
You know this man?
Demanded Shan, startled. Daja smiled, though she hadn't taken her eyes from her crazy helper.
We met when I lived in Kugisko. We did rescue work together in a big fire.
She looked at the others. They still remained motionless, staring at her.
We'll be along. Shoo! You're frightening him.
Not as bad as he frightened us,
grumbled Briar. Sandry looked at Shan and nodded. With a grimace, the nobleman swung back into his saddle and rode with her, Briar, and Triss on down High Street. All around them, the foot traffic that had come to a halt resumed, though they kept well away from Daja and her new companion. Daja swung out of the saddle and waited until her friends were out of earshot, holding her mount's reins in her metal-plated hand.
Sandry is the Empress's cousin,
she told her companion softly when the others could no longer hear.
You're lucky that Shan didn't cut you in two with his sword.
I know she's the cousin, but she's a game piece. You're all game pieces, and the great lady thinks she knows the rules to play with you. She doesn't. She doesn't at all. And I went to see you in Kogisku, but the servants made me leave because you were ill.
He spoke quickly, but his voice was crisp, and his eyes were clear and direct.
I don't understand what exactly he's trying to say, but I know a genuine warning when I hear it,
she thought. She looked him over.
He's ragged and dirty, but his nails aren't bitten down, and he's only trembling a little. They never did tell me your name,
she remarked.
Jegors. I had a last name once, but my family doesn't like me to use it, because they say I don't belong to it like they do, so I never even remember it now. It's been so long.
Daja cut him off by resting her hand on his arm.
When did you eat last?
She asked. Cupping his elbow in her free hand, she steered him down a narrow side street, away from the gawkers and any spies who might report his ravings to the crown. Her horse followed calmly when she tugged on his reins.
And where in Hakoi's name have you been sleeping?
Beach caves,
he replied, watching everything but the street in front of them. Daja braced him when he nearly tripped over a mound of horse droppings and maneuvered him past hazards after that.
Sand's good for scrubbing clothes, and there's a stream, but I had to come because of the game pieces.
You can tell me about the pieces later, Jegors. When did you eat?
He shrugged. Daja had the peculiar notion that if she looked into his eyes, she would see comets and whirling stars where common sense ought to be. With a sigh, she pulled him around the corner onto Kiley Street, where she found a strawberry vendor's cart. She grabbed a woven reed basket filled with strawberries and flipped a silver Argib coin to the vendor who sold them, then thrust the basket at Jegors.
Eat those.
She had to spend the next several minutes showing him how to remove the leafy crown after he ate one strawberry whole. He was silent as he worked his way through the basket, popping fruit after fruit into his mouth.
He's starving,
thought Daja as she continued to steer him along the back way to the townhouse.
The Namornese gods are cruel, to make someone like him mad. For all his raving, he's got a good heart. Most crazy people would have run off on their own in that fire, or never even offered to help. Not that he offered, but he did as I told him when I ordered him to. And he didn't want me to walk back into the burning hospital. That was sweet.
The servants' gate at Landreg House was open. Gently, Daja guided Jegors inside and turned her mount over to an ostler who came for it. Then she looked at her charge.
If I put you in a hot tub in the bathhouse, will you stay there?
Jegors ran a quivering hand over his chopped hair, his eyes scuttling back and forth.
Is the tub hot or the water hot? Specifics. What's to be heated and what's not?
Daja interrupted him again.
I forbid you to talk crazy. Not here. Here you will talk like a normal human being, or say nothing, one or the other.
What's normal?
He rubbed his long, bumpy nose. His thin lips trembled. Daja frowned at him.
I don't know. You're older than me. You think of something. But don't frighten the servants, all right? I'm going to put you in the bathhouse to wash up, and I'm going to see about fresh clothes. You stay in the bathhouse until I come for you, understand?
Do I shave?
He was hollow-cheeked and stubbly. Daja shuddered to think of him with a sharp blade. Someone had shaved him recently enough that his salt and pepper beard was only stubble now.
Some other time,
she said, grateful not to deal with that on top of everything else. She led him into the bathhouse and waited as he undressed behind a screen, wrapped a towel around his waist, then climbed into a tub full of steaming water. The servants kept the baths ready at this time of day for anyone who might come in.
"Stay,"
she ordered as he leaned back against the side of the tub. He nodded, thin lips tightly closed. It seemed he had chosen silence of the alternative she had given him. Daja could accept that. Off she went in search of clothes and something more for him to eat. Shan left Sandry and the rest of her party at the townhouse gate with a bow, a smile, and a cheerful goodbye. Briar and Triss nodded, but otherwise said nothing as they surrendered their mounts to the stable hands and followed Sandry into the house.
I believe Daja will be bringing a guest of some sort,
Sandry told the head footman.
See that they have whatever they need, and please tell Daja she will find me in the book room. I can't wait to hear what that was about,
she thought. She then found the ground floor book room. She wanted nothing more than to sit and put her feet up on a hassock. Attendance on an Empress involved a great deal of standing, even when one was privileged enough to be allowed to sit in her presence now and then. She was just relaxing when she realized that Briar and Triss, instead of going to their rooms, had come in behind her and shut the door. They both stood there, Briar with his arms crossed over his chest, Triss with her fists propped on her hips.
What?
Demanded Sandry as they glared at her.
What did I do?
Did it occur to you that perhaps we might like to be consulted on yet another long ride?
Demanded Triss. Briar added, his voice mockingly proper.
Thanks ever so for asking, Clayhame Sandry. Our lives are yours to arrange, like you arrange embroidery silks. We have no minds or rumps of our own to help us decide if we want a day-long journey so soon.
I asked you, didn't I?
Demanded Sandry, startled.
I was sure I asked you. I told Cousin Ambrose.
You did not. You told us, like you'd tell Cousin Ambrose. In front of the Empress and her court, so it's not like we could discuss it with you.
Well, you could have said something before now,
replied Sandry with a shrug.
My lands are the main reason I came.
Tell you in front of the court, or the servants, or the Empress? Is all this royalness making you soft in the head?
Sandry tightened her lips.
No one would have known if you'd spoken to me the way we used to talk to each other,
she said mulishly.
Silently, remember? No one to eavesdrop. Ever. Now stop complaining. If you want to stay here, I'll go on to my estates with Ambrose by myself.
And have the Imperial friends who are coming along report back that we gave them the cold shoulder? Maybe you don't have to worry about them getting us in trouble, but we aren't high-born. We're vulnerable.
You're just being disagreeable,
Sandry told them both.
I'll say you both got sick. Will that silence you?
You treating us like equals instead of servants. That will silence us. You didn't act like this back at Winding Circle. Either we're your household or your family. Make up your mind.
Sandry's mouth quivered.
I'm homesick,
she realized, distressed.
I'm homesick, and I don't want them to scold me anymore. Oh, leave me alone,
she cried, wanting them out of the room before she actually began to cry.
I didn't ask for you to come. It was Uncle's idea. I just wanted to make him easy in his mind. How was I to know you two had gotten all prideful and arrogant?
She fumbled in her pocket for a handkerchief.
We're prideful and arrogant? Who's issuing orders around here, Clayhame?
Oh, splendid! Tears! That solves ever so much,
snarled Triss. She flung the door open and stamped out of the room. Briar followed her out after he allowed himself one parting shot.
See you at dawn, my fine lady.
Sandry managed to wait for the door to close behind them before her eyes overflowed.
I didn't feel so blue on the road,
she thought, tears spilling over her cheeks.
There was too much to do, and we had the traders with us. But this court, with its standing and sitting, and curtsying and sitting, and bowing and standing, and walking and gossiping and curtsying. Uncle never makes anyone carry on like that. We bow or curtsy when we see him, and that's that for the day. And I never, ever felt like I was surrounded by envious people in Emelon. Not like I do here. Everyone wants what I have, and I just want to go home.
Her soft mouth hardened.
And Briar and Triss can just go and do as they like. Obviously we had something wonderful as children that we can't have now we're grown. I was a fool to think we could, and now I have more important things to worry about.
Triss climbed up the flights of stairs to her room and proceeded to shed the clothes she had worn to court as Chime fluttered around her in welcome. All of them had decided Chime was too excitable for their first day at court. Although her mind knew that Sandry had woven all kinds of protections against stains, wrinkles, and mishaps into the fine cloth and seams, Triss could never be as comfortable in her dress-up clothes as she could her other garments. Now she tugged on a linen shift and a blue cotton gown with a sigh of relief. Her court shoes came off to be replaced by leather slippers. Comfortable at last, with Chime on her shoulder, Triss was on her way downstairs again when she nearly ran into Ambrose Fairlandrag.
"Excuse me, Saghat,"
she said, curtsying for what felt like the 100th time that day. They had been introduced briefly over breakfast that morning.
"Vimese Trissana,"
he said with a bow.
"Did you enjoy your visit to the palace?"
"As much as I'd enjoy a rat pasty,"
she thought, but she did not say it.
"Please, it's just Triss. I'm not much for titles as a rule."
"Then you must call me Ambrose. You are Sandry's sister, after all, which makes us kin of some kind. At least we are better than acquaintances, or should be."
Triss smiled at him, appreciating that tiny hint of a joke. She liked this man. She had thought she might. Everything she had heard of him from the Duke and from Sandry had spoken well of him.
Sandry called him prosy and picky all the way here, but in her shoes, I'd want someone meticulous and careful looking after my affairs. Someone I could trust to check everything.
She realized she had a piece of information that he might want.
"I'm afraid there are going to be a few more of us visiting Landrag than you had expected. Her Imperial Majesty invited 4 of her courtiers to bear us company, and I think, I'm not sure, Daja met a friend she means to invite to stay for a while."
It had been interesting to see Daja go all protective over someone as unendearing as a crazed beggar in the street. Ambrose grimaced.
"I had anticipated the noble company. Her Imperial Majesty won't want Sandry to forget the attractions of life at court if it can be helped. I am grateful we have only 4 extra nobles. I half expected Her Imperial Majesty herself to come to call."
Shan Ferroth mentioned something about a cousin from Lyron coming to visit the palace.
"Ah, that would explain it. Thank you for the warning, though, Triss."
Ambrose smiled at her.
"You'll find Landrag can house all manner of guests. My family is already there."
He bowed and headed on up to his rooms, while Triss continued down to the kitchen. Wenera, the cook, looked at her from where she chopped onions and gave a leopard's grin.
"Someone I can trust to chop without dismembering herself,"
she said. She and Triss had gotten acquainted the day before, when Triss had needed something to do with her hands.
Aprons are on those hooks. I sent the maids out to shop and they aren't back. Take over for me while I warm soup for that one.
She jerked her head toward the table at the end of the room. Daja sat there with her friend.
Her face might as well have "Don't ask" written on it in light,
Triss thought, helping herself to an apron. Chime unwrapped herself from Triss's neck and glided down to the floor to curl up under the work table. Onions had no charm for the glass dragon. As Triss tied the apron over her dress, she yanked a thread of breeze from the back door to carry the scent of the onions away before they reached her sensitive nose. She yanked a second, fatter thread of air from the front of the house past Daja so that she could eavesdrop on what she said to the bony man. Only when those bits of business were taken care of did she begin to cut up the peeled onions that awaited her attention.
Zhegors, why are you here?
Daja asked the man as he drank from a heavy mug.
I thought you'd still be in Kugisko.
Locked up,
said the man. Zhegors, Triss repeated to herself, when Daja fumbled her words.
I got out of the hospital. I told them I was cured. I acted cured. I can do that. They didn't have the kitchen witch look at me. She always knows the truth, see, and she would have told them. Maybe she smells it on me, I don't know, but I pretended to be like them for a whole week. The locked wing was crowded, and there were more like me waiting, so they asked me questions, and gave me an argib and new clothes, and let me out.
That green robe you were wearing isn't new,
Daja said as Wenera set a pot of soup to heat on one of the small stoves.
That's the robe you wore when you helped me get the others out during the fire. It's still got scorch marks on it.
I told them it was my lucky charm. It is my lucky charm. I wore it, and even though I knew the governor saw me at the fire, and I knew his torturers would come for me, I pretended to be like the outside people, and fled Kugisko, and it worked. So the robe is lucky because the torturers didn't get me. I truly was better outside the city, in the grasslands, or the grasslands when there's no snow. But it's hard to eat grass, and I'm no hunter. So I go back to the cities and towns, and I leave those places when the voices get to be too much, but I have to eat.
He hung his head.
I made my way here alone with my...
He sighed, his bony shoulders slumped.
Madness.
Wenera rolled her eyes at Triss, who had finished the onions and started on the parsnips. It was getting stuffy in the kitchen. The cook went to a set of shutters and opened them.
But there are voices. Don't you hear them?
Asked Zhegors suddenly. Triss freed her string of breeze now that she was finished with the onions, letting it mingle with the larger one. The maids had returned, their voices blurring Daja's and Zhegors's. One of them took over on chopping.
Well, the maids are back,
Daja told him. Triss removed her apron and hung it up, then went to wash her hands near where the pair sat so she could hear.
No! Voices everywhere in the cities and towns. Voices in the air, talking of love and fighting and money and families and...
Daja trapped his hands in hers, holding his eyes with her own.
Calm down. You're safe.
Triss dried her hands with a frown.
But sometimes the voices and visions, though I haven't seen so many visions, sometimes they have secrets, and if you let them slip, husbands and fathers and soldiers come for you with knives.
He trembled from top to toe.
They hunt for you, and they hurt you to see how you know they're scheming, so nowhere is safe. Even when it's just the blacksmith meeting his best friend's wife in a barn. They hurt you because they think you spy.
Triss went over and closed the open window.
It's hot in here,
Wenera protested.
We need fresh air.
Triss turned to look at Zhegors. He had gone silent, white-faced under his stubble. Daja released him so he could cover his face with his hands. He was still trembling. Triss opened just one of the shutters this time, the half that wouldn't let air blow directly toward Daja's table. Neither Daja nor Zhegors seemed to notice, though the cook and maid sighed their relief. The kitchen was heating up. Triss went over and plumped herself down next to Zhegors.
Where are you from?
He flinched from her.
Stop scowling at him,
ordered Daja, frowning at the redhead.
You'd frighten a traitor's dozen of crazy people with that frown. Zhegors is my friend, and I won't have you scaring him.
She's not scaring me, I don't think.
Well, you should be scared,
Daja told him stoutly.
Most sensible people are.
She forestalled his protest by raising her brassy hand.
You're sensible enough, even if you are crazy.
If he is, maybe he has reason to be,
Triss said, closing her eyes.
How old are you, Zhegors?
He blinked, his thin mouth trembling.
I don't know,
he said at last.
1 emperor and 2 empresses.
45, maybe 50,
Wenera said behind Triss.
Were you too little to remember the old emperor's death?
Zhegors shook his head, appearing to search his memory.
I don't envy him the task,
Triss thought, watching him count on his fingers.
No doubt it's under layers and layers of magical potions and treatments and being locked up.
It wasn't readily apparent to her daily vision, but that could mean simply that if he did have power, as she suspected, he'd tried to bury it. Deep inside herself she worked a change over her vision, closing her eyes before she brought it up to them. For the second time that day she placed a layer of magic over her eyes, though this was very different from the one she had used to see the fishing fleet. Once she felt her eyes begin to sting. They didn't like this trick, not in the least. She opened them. Normally she saw magics, including traces, as silver. This particular spell, one she had learned not long before her return to Emelon, showed her different magics in different colors. From this perspective, Zhegors was coated with patch on patch of power, different spells from different mages. He'd been given all kinds of healing potions for his madness, ordinary healings for illnesses, broken bones, and decayed teeth, and a number of truth spells for the secrets he wasn't supposed to know. Threaded around and through them, almost vanishing under her gaze before it emerged in its full strength, or part strength, was a bright gold thread that belonged to Zhegors himself. Triss got up and walked around the table, eyeing him from every angle. The man was an insane patchwork doll of all the spells that had been worked on him since...
When did they first say you were mad?
He would not look at her.
15. For my birthday they sent me to Yorgiri's house, because I talked to the voices. I went home sometimes after, but I always got worse. They began to leave baskets of food and clothes at the garden gate, but they locked the gate. They wouldn't come out until I was gone. That happened 2 or 3 times. Then one time the healers let me out, and my family wasn't there anymore. They had sold the house and moved away. I think I was 20.
He looked at Daja.
The old emperor died around my 15th birthday. All of us who were mad got new black coats to wear for mourning.
He's 52 or thereabouts then,
Wenera said.
By that count.
She turned. The maids had all stopped what they were doing to listen.
I don't see supper magicking itself onto the table. Get back to work, you lazy drudges. We've supper and breakfast to fix, and food for them and the nobles to eat on the road tomorrow while you gape like a field full of cows.
Zhegors looked at Daja, trembling.
You're going away?
Daja looked at Triss, who frowned at Zhegors as she pulled on her lower lip.
I remember that look,
Daja thought.
Just because we aren't in each other's minds doesn't mean I don't know what she's thinking right now. And she won't say another word until all her thoughts are lined up. She thinks he has magic. She's thought it since she opened only one shutter. And it must be strange magic, or she'd have told him outright. Or there's something peculiar in it. Just because Triss isn't talking doesn't mean I can't,
she told herself.
Yes, but it's all right.
She reached over and closed her hands around Zhegors's trembling fingers again.
Yes, we're going away. But you aren't to worry, because you'll be with us. It means you'll be out of the city. It's worse in the cities, you said?
Both Zhegors and Triss nodded.
You'll be with us. Zhegors, you know my magic's a little odd, right?
Zhegors nodded. Triss stopped pulling her lip and began to chew on the end of one of her thin lightning braids, lost in thought.
Doesn't that hurt?
Wondered Daja, watching in awe as the redhead nibbled her source of sparks. To Zhegors, Daja said,
Well, hers is too, and so are the magics of the lady who owns this house, and our brother.
She spoke under the clatter as the maids and Wenera got to work.
And the thing with having odd magic is that you are more inclined to spot it in somebody else. My friend here, her name is Triss. She's already figured out you hear voices because she hears them, too, on the winds.
Zhegors yanked around to stare up at Triss.
You hear them, too?
For years,
Daja said when Triss only nodded.
So part of what's wrong with you is that you never learned a way to manage what you hear, or even that the problem was magic all along. We don't know about the visions.
Daja glanced at Triss, who shook her head.
Though maybe they're on the winds?
Triss shrugged.
Well, she'll figure it out, I suppose, and you'll stay with us while she works on it.
Chime had endured enough of the maids and cook who now bustled around her napping place. She wriggled out between their legs and took flight to land on the table in front of Zhegors. The man flinched away and knocked the bench over to land on his back.
That's just Chime,
said Triss, reaching down a hand.
She's all right. She's a living glass dragon. They're not very common.
Daja snorted. In her dry way, Triss had made a joke. Zhegors stared up at Triss, then cautiously took the offered hand. As she helped him to his feet, he said in a voice filled with wonder,
Are all of you decked in marvels? Are all of you as mad as she is?
He pointed to Daja with his free hand.
She walked into a burning building that was collapsing, and before she did it, she saved my life and the lives of others who were as mad as me. Madder.
Collapsing buildings?
Triss asked Daja. She released Zhegors to put the bench upright again. Gingerly the man sat to peer at Chime, who had decided to charm. As she wove her way around and between his hands and arms, chiming, Daja looked away from Triss.
A man I knew, supposedly a friend, was setting fires. It's not something I like to discuss.
She burned him up,
Zhegors said, smoothing reverent fingers over Chime's surface.
Her and other fire folk who were present at the execution. The governor was furious.
He looked at Daja.
It was quicker than letting him burn slow, and he broke the law.
Wenera handed Triss a bowl of hot soup and a spoon. The redhead set them down in front of Zhegors. She didn't appear to see the single tear that escaped Daja's eye before Daja blotted it away. Daja could still remember that cold afternoon and that roaring pillar of flame. Knowing she and the other fire mages had saved Bennett Ladradan an agonizing death hadn't soothed the pain of his betrayal.
Hush,
Triss was telling Jegors.
Some things you can't fix by making excuses for them.
And how did you learn that?
Daja wondered.
Or is it something you just never forgot after you killed all those pirates?
Triss looked around.
I should ask the housekeeper if there's a guest room that can be made up for you.
I'll take him.
Briar strolled in, hands in his pockets. They hadn't seen him arrive.
The servants can put a cot in my room. You'll want me close by anyway, old fellow. If you get the horrors, I have drops that will help.
Putting him in a room on the downwind side of the house will help even more. I think part of his problem now is he's had too many such drops.
Sleeping drops, with no magic in them then.
He sat next to Jegors and offered a hand.
Briar Moss. These two are my mates.
Not everyone knew this was slang for close friends, so he added,
My sisters.
Gingerly, Jegors offered his own hand.
I can tell.
Briar clasped his hand, then let go and glared at Triss.
You know, I don't go around feeding everybody magic the first time they sneeze. It's not good for them. You get used to it and it stops helping. You'd be a lackwit not to know that.
Not wanting to butt in or anything,
said one of the maids with a wink at Briar.
But shouldn't you be asking my lady before you go bringing in...
She rethought the word she was about to use and supplied,
guests.
Briar, Daja, and Triss all exchanged glances. Daja could see they felt just as she did. They were bewildered at the thought of having to ask such a thing of one of them.
But I had a house and it didn't bother us then.
You're different.
Briar and Triss said together. They looked at each other and smiled wryly.
Then it shouldn't be different here.
Sandry emerged from the shadows by the door into the kitchen.
Don't I get to meet our new guest?
Jegors lunged to his feet so fast that he ended up knocking the bench over again. He and Briar went sprawling onto their backs. Sandry helped Briar to his feet as Triss assisted Jegors again. Chime rose onto her hindquarters and made a crisp series of splintering glass noises at Sandry. It sounded rather like a scolding. Sandry almost dropped Briar on his rump again when she clapped both hands over her mouth to cover her giggle. He staggered to stay on his feet, then grabbed the bench and set it back up. Sandry looked at them, waved for the maids and the cook to stop curtsying, and said quietly,
I'm still me, you know. And you were very right to scold me. I didn't think to ask you.
Triss propped her fists on her hips.
It's just as well now,
she said, eyeing Jegors.
He'll need someplace quieter than this to stay until we can sort him out.
Jegors blinked down at his stout protectress. Standing, he was 5 inches taller than Triss.
He should have more of a presence,
thought Triss.
He's a grown man, after all, older almost than the 4 of us together. But maybe it's that he spent so much of his life running and hiding from things, and being locked up. Maybe inside he's not that much older than 15.
I'll make sure you have a room, and somewhere we must have spare clothing,
Sandry assured Jegors softly.
Will you mind a day's ride tomorrow?
The man's eyes shuttled from Sandry to Briar to Daja, then to Triss.
You won't want to adopt me when all your secrets come popping out of my mouth,
he warned them, rubbing a temple.
It always happens.
Briar clapped Jegors on the back.
Well, if it happens, and I doubt it, we'll make sure you've got a pack full of clothes and food at least.
We're not going to get rid of you,
Daja said, glaring at Briar.
We blurt people's secrets all the time. You'll be safer with us.
It's settled then. Come on, Jegors,
said Briar companionably. As he led their new comrade off, Sandry looked at Triss.
Will we be able to help him?
Triss was looking at the chewed end of one braid.
At least enough to get him back to Winding Circle. I think he'll have to go there in the end.
But you're going to be nice, right? You're going to be gentle with him, because he's all broken to pieces inside.
When am I not nice?
Demanded Triss with a scowl. That reduced Daja and Sandry to laughter. Each time they met Triss's glaring gray eyes, a fresh surge of laughter began. Finally, Triss herself began to smile crookedly.
Well, nice by my standards, anyway. Treat me right, or I'll make sure you get rained on all the way to Landrag in the morning.
Briar had difficulty getting to sleep that night. Bedding down alone in the bed, Zhegors had a cot in the dressing room not 50 feet away, was a strange new experience for him of late. He hadn't deliberately set out to ensure there was always someone warm and cuddly to share his blankets with, but it was an agreeable coincidence. It helped that he was so friendly, and the ladies were so friendly in return. He certainly could tell none of them, or worse, tell his sisters, that he had a horror of sleeping alone. Admitting that to anyone would force him to admit there was something wrong with him. He lay awake for over an hour, listening to the small noises that Zhegors made settling into his mattress, then falling to sleep. The crazy man buzzed in place of snoring. It was a soothing kind of noise, hardly crazy at all. When Briar finally realized what it was, it soon lulled him to sleep. He ran through a series of rock-sided canyons, all of them stripped of vegetation. He reached every way around him with his magic, seeking even a blade of grass to keep him company. But the ground here was bare and dry, a desert high above the forests and plains of all the world. He kept looking for a way out of the canyons, but all he saw was smooth rock walls, innocent of cracks or ledges. Behind him, Briar heard the thud of Yanjinyi war drums, a loud, flat thump, echoed by thousands of marching feet. The sound had followed him into the stone corridors, driving him like game in the dark. Now came the thin, shrill blast of the Yanjing Emperor's battle trumpets, and the frightful first roars of the black powder called boom dust. They were blowing up the stone canyons, which turned into the twisting hallways of the first temple of the living circle, jammed with dedicates fleeing the attacking Yanjinyi army. Briar fought against their rushing tide, trying to find Rosethorn and Evie, his student. Where were they? Evie was small yet. She could have been trampled in this chaos. He screamed her name, but it was lost in the cries of the frightened civilians who had taken shelter in the temple. Everything went dark. Suddenly Briar was crawling over heaps of loose and wet bodies, feeling his way, shuddering. He knew he was crawling on the bodies of the dead. He reached out and felt a dying flare of green magic, plant magic. Screaming, he clutched the dying Rosethorn to his chest.
No, it's a bad idea to wake a dreamer, but it didn't sound like you're enjoying yourself, and if I can't get you to wake, I'll have to get one of the Vimeses, though perhaps—
Briar grabbed Zhegors's skinny arm and sat up, glaring into the older man's eyes. He could see them clearly. Zhegors had managed to light a candle,
Don't you dare. They're not to know you caught me bleatin' like a kid. You got me, Dafty? Elsewise I'll plant a bit of green on your lip that will grow your teeth shut. You got me?
Shegors blinked at him, his odd blue-gray eyes bright.
I don't think that's possible. I don't believe it would cling.
It's got stickers on it, and they sink in the cracks.
Realizing the man had no intention of telling on him, Briar released Shegors's arm.
It's only a dream.
Shegor sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed.
So you'll give me drops for my dreams, but not yours?
Briar rubbed his aching head.
Just what I need. A Dafty that makes sense. Besides, your dreams is bleeding, and mine is real. Except for some bits. And those might have been real.
But Vimese Triss thinks some of mine are real, too.
Shegors pointed out in a reasonable tone.
Vimese Triss thinks too much, and she yatters about it too much. You'd best learn that right off.
If I learn it, will you take the drops?
Briar stared at him, baffled and confused, then began to chuckle.
Crazy you may be, but when you get an idea in your head, you stick to it,
he said when Shegors raised an eyebrow.
How about I just make us both some sleepy tea instead? We'll be all right with a cup of that in our bellies.
The tea sent Shegors back to bed, at least. Briar had known it would have no other effect on him than to calm him down. Instead, he pulled his chair up to his work desk and put his hands around the base of his shakan, letting the tree's centuries of calm banish the last shivers from the dreams that had made him so reluctant to sleep alone anymore. Looking at it, he realized that while he'd been occupied with preparing for court, the shakan had slyly put out a handful of new buds.
Nice,
he said with a grim smile.
But you still don't get to keep them.
When the maid came to wake them before dawn, she found Briar asleep with his head on his desk, one arm around his shakan. Tiny clippings from the tree lay next to its tray, from its late-night trimming.